Chapter 992. In the dead silence of the meeting room, everyone stared at the small jade bottle that Feng Qingyin had placed on the table. They couldn't believe that the small jade bottle contained a pill that was better than the heaven reversal pill. I don't believe it. How could this kid get his hands on such a good pill? Yang Yijuan was the first to shout. He had completely fallen out with Qingshu College. It didn't matter. If Ling Xiao really got his hands on such a good pill, the Phoenix Academy would be in trouble. The Phoenix Academy was the place he wanted to go to. It would be very unfavorable for him. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You're no longer a member of the Phoenix Academy. Just get out of here. Hua Thunderbolt scolded. Damn it. Let's go. Yang Yijuan didn't want to leave, but he had no choice. He had completely fallen out with Qingshu College. He could only choose to leave. Even if he didn't leave, there was no place for him to stay. He also wanted to report this to Sun Shang as soon as possible so that the Phoenix Academy could make preparations. However, he was destined to fail. Sun Shang was such a proud person. How could he believe his words? Moreover, he didn't even see the pill in the jade bottle. After watching Yang Yijuan leave, Hua Thunderbolt looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, although that guy is a good-for-nothing, I still have doubts about your pill. Can you try it? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Vice Dean, please try it. I have both the Heaven Reversal Pill and the Heaven Reversal Pill. You'll know after you try it. The effect of the pill was immediate. It wouldn't take long to figure out which pill was better. Hua Thunderbolt swallowed the two pills and tried to feel the effects of the two pills. At this time, everyone was staring at him, looking a little nervous, because this Heaven Reversal Panacea might become the panacea that changed the fate of the Qingshu Academy. Kid, how many pills do you have? A moment later, Hua Thunderbolt asked excitedly, I can't believe that there is such a pill in this world. It's really an eye-opener for this old man. Vice Dean, I've already said that we've refined a total of 100,000 pills, which should be enough to occupy the market. If the sales are good, we can refine more in the future. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for us to chase the Phoenix Academy out of the elixir market. Ling Xiao said indifferently, 100,000. His gasps could be heard in the hall. There were actually 100,000 of such good medicinal pills. This was truly timely help. Cough, cough. Aren't you going to say anything? Are you just going to stare? Ling Xiao coughed twice, waking everyone up from their shock. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I've been frightened by your magnificent feat. Hua Boli laughed heartily. The way he looked at Ling Xiao now had a completely different meaning. Previously, he was a little disdainful of Zhang Xian, but since he was a disciple of his academy, he had no choice but to protect him. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Being able to take out so many yellow-grade pills so easily was definitely not something an ordinary alchemist could do. There must be a master behind this kid. Alas, Ling Xiao, I believe that you know the current situation of the school very well. The white-bearded old man sighed and said, for a long time, the income from elixirs has been the main source of income for Qingshu College. But ever since Sun Shang came, our income has been shrinking. Especially after the Heaven Reversal Pill incident, we've completely lost money. I'm really surprised and touched that you're willing to step forward and take out so many Heaven Reversal Pills. These are not just pills. They're a way to save Qingshu College. How about this? After we accept these pills, you can have all the spiritual stones from the sale. As long as we don't lose money and we can take back the market, it doesn't matter if we don't make any money. What do you think? The dean of Qingshu College was really far-sighted. He helped to sell the Heaven Reversal Pills and did not even ask for a single spiritual stone. This was not because he was generous, but because he thought far ahead. Even if he lost money, as long as he could take back the market, wouldn't it be easy to make money in the future? Moreover, he knew that he could not afford to offend Ling Xiao now. Even the slightest bit of greed could not be shown. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao took these pills to the Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College would really be ruined. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and was very determined. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly. Hua Thunderbolt scolded, little bastard. I admit that your pills can save our Clear Void Academy, but it's not the only way. Don't take an inch and want a mile. We don't want a single spirit stone, yet you're still not satisfied? Don't tell me you want us to compensate you with more spirit stones? Yeah, Ling Xiao, the school has been very protective of you. Yang Yijuan just said that she wanted to hand you and your friends over to the Phoenix Academy. The dean immediately expelled them. One of the teachers reminded him, "That's enough. Why are you making things difficult for a child? He didn't make these pills. Do you want him to give his spiritual stones to that expert?" Feng Qingyan suddenly waved his hand and said, "Ling Xiao, just say it. Even if that expert wants more spiritual stones, we will accept it." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a misunderstanding? I didn't say that I want more. What I mean is that it will cost a lot to sell and advertise so many spirit reversal pills. Besides, as a student of Qingshu College, it is my duty to save the school. How about this? Let's split it 40-60. You take 60 and I'll take 40. On one hand, the materials cost money. On the other hand, the expert should also ask for a certain amount of remuneration. Otherwise, I don't want the money." After listening to Ling Xiao's words, the troubled and indignant higher-ups of the school were dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao was giving them too little profit. Who knew that he didn't mean it that way? They were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. "Kid, you are a good friend. I was rude. I'm sorry." Hua Thunderbolt apologized directly. Although this person was impatient, he was very straightforward. It was not bad. The rest of the teachers also apologized to Ling Xiao. They were all cursing Ling Xiao in their hearts. In fact, it was just as Feng Qingyan had said. Even if Ling Xiao went overboard, not only did he want 100% of the profits, but he also wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob them. However, he said that it would be 40-60 and the school would still get the bigger share. This made them ecstatic, but also a little embarrassed. Feng Qingyan frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, if you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to that expert. What if you offend him?" "Vice Dean Qingyan, don't worry. If I say it's okay, then it's okay." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Well, since you said so, the school will owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, the school will do its best to help you." Feng Qingyan nodded and said. Chapter 993. That's it then. The items have been delivered. You can make the arrangements. I still need to cultivate, so I won't stay any longer. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said, "Okay, then you go first. When these elixirs are sold out, we will definitely send 40% of the spiritual stones to you," Feng Qingyan said. Thank you, Vice Principal Qingyan. Everyone, farewell." In fact, Ling Xiao didn't plan to ask for a single spiritual stone this time. However, he was a little short of money recently, so he asked for 40%. This wasn't considered greedy. Moreover, if he didn't ask for any spiritual stones, the white-bearded old man and Feng Qingyan would suspect that he had other motives. That wouldn't be good. Mutual suspicion was the most troublesome thing. After leaving the meeting room, Ling Xiao didn't go to cultivate. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. This time, in addition to the 100,000 spiritual pills of recovery, he also refined 100 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit. 50 of them were promised to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. He had to keep his word. Moreover, he might have to rely on Princess Yunya for many things in the future. This wasn't a bad thing for him. In the VIP room of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, on the smooth marble table, there was an exquisite small gourd. Inside were 50 bright-colored divine pills of Heaven's Spirit. He gently pulled out the stopper, and a strange fragrance suddenly filled the entire VIP room, making people feel refreshed. Looking at the round and smooth elixirs in her hand, Yunya's white and tender hands trembled. She couldn't control the excited expression on her face. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly shake his head. These 50 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit were only at the perfect level, but it already made Yunya so excited. If he took out the other 50 soul-level middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit, wouldn't Yunya go crazy? The so-called soul level was an existence that surpassed the perfect level. It didn't exist in the history of elixirs. It was created by Ling Xiao himself. The effect of a soul-level elixir was 2 to 3 times better than a perfect-level elixir. A soul-level middle-grade divine pill of Heaven's Spirit was definitely comparable to a perfect-level high-grade divine pill of Heaven's Spirit. But in terms of absorption, it was much better. After all, a high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill was already one of the best among the yellow-grade pills, second only to transcendent-grade pills. For a Heaven Realm martial artist, it would not be easy to absorb, so it was more suitable for a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Young Hero Ling's alchemy skills have really amazed Yunya. I'm afraid no one can refine these 50 medium-grade spirit reversal pills except for high-grade yellow-grade alchemists. Even a high-grade yellow-grade alchemist like Sun Shang would have a hard time refining them. Yunya praised. Ling Xiao gently smiled and said, Princess Yunya is overpraising me. It's just a mere high Huang-grade elixir. Take it as my thanks to your Heavenly Dragon Auction House. You have helped me a lot these days. If I don't thank you, I will feel very apologetic. Yunya hurriedly shook her head and said, Young Hero Ling, you're too polite. We're friends, aren't we? Yunya is very happy to help her friends. At this time, Yunya was trying to win over Ling Xiao with both interests and feelings. However, Ling Xiao didn't dislike it. In this world, people were making use of each other. Moreover, Yunya wouldn't let him suffer losses. Why should he make trouble for himself? Since Princess Yunya is so enthusiastic, I won't stand on ceremony. Here is a list. I'll have to trouble your highness to help me find the medicinal herbs and other materials on it. In terms of spirit stones, I won't treat you badly. Ling Xiao smiled and handed a list to Yunya. Yunya looked at the list, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because in addition to some herbs on the list, there were also materials for making weapons and armors. Although it was normal for warriors to make weapons and armors for themselves, they definitely wouldn't use so many. Yunya was a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask. After all, this was Ling Xiao's secret. If she annoyed him, she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to cooperate in the future. Anyway, with the ability of their Heavenly Dragon Auction House, it wasn't difficult to get these things. Young Hero Ling, are you in urgent need of these things? Yunya asked. Naturally, the sooner the better. Ling Xiao made these things for Qinhua's group. Recently, the Divine Phoenix continent was not stable. He might need the help of his subordinates at any time. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. If he couldn't even bear to raise them, then they wouldn't be useful. He also wouldn't do the kind of rotten thing that only wanted the horse to run but didn't give it grass to eat. When Yunya heard this, she immediately sent someone over and gave the list to that person. She carefully instructed him to instruct his subordinates to prepare these things immediately. Ling Xiao was very grateful for this, but his thoughts didn't stop there. Since he was already at odds with the Phoenix Academy, he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't give up until he completely destroyed the Phoenix Academy. Princess Yunya, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Seeing Ling Xiao smile, Yunya knew that it was definitely nothing good. However, she wasn't in a hurry to refuse, nor did she want to refuse. The expert behind Ling Xiao had superb alchemy skills. As long as they had a good relationship with that old man, it wouldn't be difficult to control the alchemy business between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. In that way, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's ultimate goal would be closer and closer. Young Hero Ling, you don't have to be so polite. Just say it, Yunya said with a nod. Ling Xiao said, as far as I know, your auction house accounts for more than 90% of the medicinal herb transactions in the Heavenly Dragon Continent. In the Divine Phoenix Continent, your share of the medicinal herb market is also around 90%. However, in the alchemy market, your share is only 20%. Is that right? That's right. Yunya's eyes couldn't help but light up. This young man was young, but his mind was really meticulous. He even found this kind of data. The reason why your share of the alchemy market is so small is because of the Phoenix Academy suppression, right? You sell large amounts of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy at a cheap price, but they make alchemy pills and sell them. As a result, they account for nearly 70% of the alchemy market in the Divine Phoenix continent. In the past, when you joined forces with Qingshu College, you could still slightly resist the Phoenix Academy. However, now the Qingshu College has basically lost the alchemy market. They only have less than 10% of the alchemy market and are still struggling. After the Phoenix Academy destroys the Qingshu College, who do you think they will turn to next? Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. I naturally believe young Hero Ling's words. However, as of now, the Phoenix Academy has the strong support of the Emperor. They also have the heavenly revered genius Sunshang and a large number of yellow-grade alchemists. Even our heavenly dragon auction house can't do anything to them. Yunya shook her head and said, "Aren't you overestimating our insignificant business group?" Chapter 994. What if we cut off the supply of raw materials? Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Even if the Phoenix Academy has so many alchemists, they will be in trouble if they don't have the supply of raw materials. Young Hero Ling, are you saying that we should cut off the supply of raw materials to the Phoenix Academy? Yunya was smarter than most people. How could she not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking? However, she shook her head helplessly and said, "Young Hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that our deal with the Phoenix Academy is mutually beneficial. Although they earn a lot, and we only earn a little, we still earn something. Once we cut off the supply, the large amount of medicinal materials that we have stockpiled won't be able to be converted into elixirs. In the end, the Phoenix Academy won't be the only one who will be cheated." That's right, and it's obviously against the rules. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House will not take the risk of getting involved in the battle between the two academies. Suddenly, someone walked in and said angrily, "Kid, don't try to sow discord there. We won't be fooled." Who is this? Ling Xiao looked at the person who just entered the VIP room and asked. He's Medicine Master Liu, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's intermediate yellow-level medicine master. Yunya explained. Although he's a little straightforward, it's also the truth. We really can't break such rules. Ling Xiao smiled and did not continue to persuade him. Instead, he directly began to tempt him, saying, "Agree to my request, and I can turn all the medicinal herbs you've accumulated into this kind of spirit reversal pill and a large number of perfect-grade medicinal pills." As he spoke, he took out a sky reversal pill and gave it to Yunya. "Young Hero Ling, did you refine this?" Yunya was surprised. "You can think of it as me or the expert behind me. It doesn't matter. After all, I have the ability to do so. It's good that you know." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Medicine Master Liu was stunned when he saw the sky reversal pill. He was a medicine master and naturally knew how big of an impact this thing would bring to the market. "But how do we split the profits?" Medicine Master Liu asked. "It's simple. We'll split it 50-50. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "In addition, I can also refine a high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill for you all for free." After hearing those words, Pharmacist Liu and Yunya both trembled and their heartbeats accelerated. "Hee, young Hero Ling, this really isn't a matter of money. This involves integrity." Yunya tried her best to suppress her excitement and declined. 2 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Dan. Ku. This time, even Yunya, who had always been able to control her emotions, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her heart was obviously beating faster. Even Medicine Master Liu couldn't help but agree. What kind of concept was 2 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pills? One had to know that in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, as of now, there was basically no one who could refine it, not even Sunshang. Perhaps there were people on the 5 Great Immortal Islands who could refine it, but a pill like this would cost at least tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. And the key problem was that even if you had those spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. From his firm opposition at the beginning to his continuous winking at Yunya to get her to agree, Medicine Master Liu's reaction actually proved the huge value of the high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill. "This, young Hero Ling, why do you have to make things difficult for us?" Yunya couldn't help but smile bitterly. 3 pills. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with her and directly stretched out 3 fingers. "Yunya, are you crazy? Hurry up and agree. This is such a good opportunity. Do you want to offend young Hero Ling?" Medicine Master Liu finally couldn't help but roar. He had never seen 3 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pills in his life. Even 1 pill was enough to make Grotto Heaven Realm or even Yin-Yang Realm experts kill each other, let alone 3. Sigh. Young Hero Ling's courage is really too much for Yunya to resist. Fine, I'll agree. From now on, all the medicinal materials will be divided into two parts. One part will be for our own use, and the other part will be shipped to Qingshu College. We'll stop cooperating with Phoenix Academy. Young hero Ling, are you satisfied? Yunya was also completely dumbfounded by the pills. Even though she had seen many magical things, she still had to surrender in the face of such pills. Very satisfied. Then the materials for the 3 upper-grade Heavenly Gods elixirs will be provided by you. Just leave the refining to me. I will present the elixirs in 3 days at most. I just hope that Princess Yunya won't let me down. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Although his smile was very bright, Yunya felt a trace of fear from it. Offending such a person was really the Phoenix Academy's biggest mistake. Young hero Ling, don't worry. I know the pros and cons. I won't let you down. Yunya was still calmer than Medicine Master Lu. Although she was excited, she didn't lose her mind. In fact, the reason why she didn't directly agree to Ling Xiao was that she wanted to see Ling Xiao's sincerity in cooperating with them. 3 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine Pills was his sincerity. It was also an explanation to the upper management of the auction house. If she didn't have these 3 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine Pills, her actions would definitely make the upper management unhappy. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House, which was already full of internal strife, wouldn't let her off easily. About 4 hours later, Ling Xiao had all the materials he needed. He didn't stay in the auction house for long and left under the admiring gazes of Yunya and Medicine Master Lu. After he left, Yunya realized that her clothes were all wet because of her nervousness. They stuck to her body and were very uncomfortable. This little brother is really amazing. I don't know what's his relationship with that expert. Why does the expert dote on him so much? She muttered to herself. Yes, 3 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine Pills. This can only be refined by a top yellow-level alchemist. No wonder he was so calm and didn't take Sun Shang seriously. The so-called top alchemist was also the best alchemist, second only to the supreme, super, alchemist. Weren't you very opposed to me cooperating with him before? Why are you so attentive today? Yunya asked Medicine Master Lu after she asked the maid to prepare the bathwater. Before she left, she couldn't help but look at Medicine Master Lu with ridicule. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a mid-yellow level alchemist. How can I compare to a top yellow level alchemist? I wasn't willing before because I didn't understand. Now that I understand, if I still don't agree, then I'm stupid. Medicine Master Lu shook his head and laughed bitterly. Forget it. I should also take my leave. I used to think that mid-yellow level alchemists were already in high demand. Now it seems that I'm really nothing. I have to work harder to practice. Yunya watched as Medicine Master Lu left and also walked towards her own room. In the warm bathtub with its enchanting fragrance, she could not help but smile charmingly. This time, Divine Phoenix Academy has really kicked an iron plate. Although it might not completely collapse, Divine Phoenix Medical Academy is probably going to be crippled. Chapter 995. Yunya smiled gently and thought to herself, cooperating with Qingshu College will not only be a blow to the Phoenix Academy, but it will also bring me a lot of benefits. In the past, those old guys looked down on a little girl like me. Now, if I can double the income of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, they won't dare to look down on me anymore. Some old bones should really retire from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College. It seemed that he still had to refine pills for a while. No matter what, he had to get through this. Seclusion was out of the question. The moment he returned to the college, he could clearly feel that the teachers and students were looking at him differently. The news that Ling Xiao had helped Qingshu College produce a large number of spirit reversal pills had already spread within the college. It had even spread to the Imperial City. In fact, this was also Qingshu College's way of advertising. The more people knew about the existence of the spirit reversal pills, the easier it would be to sell them. More people would come to support them. Naturally, the people of Phoenix Academy also knew about this. However, the arrogant and conceited miraculous hand, Heavenly Venerable Sun Shang disdainfully said, "What good stuff can the Qingshu Academy refine? It's just a bluff." It was no wonder that he looked down on Qingshu College. It had been more than a month. If Qingshu College really had a way, they would have used it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until all the market shares had been taken away. Moreover, they had been monitoring Qingshu College's every move and hadn't found any experts entering or leaving the college. Therefore, he treated the so-called spirit reversal pills as a joke. Of course, even if he believed it was true, there was nothing he could do. This was because he couldn't refine a perfect spirit reversal pill. If he wanted to improve the quality, he would have to increase the cost. That would not be worth it. Therefore, Qingshu College dared to advertise like this because they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they were angry. 3 days later, Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the heaven-returning spirit pills to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Then, as the middleman, he made the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College form an alliance. They agreed to deal with the Phoenix Academy together, and in the future, they would own half of the elixir market. Things were being arranged in full swing. However, most people were still skeptical about Qingshu College's publicity. As the spring festival approached, the imperial city became lively. The warriors who were out on missions had all returned. The demand for the heaven reversal pill had reached a peak. The Phoenix Academy's business was booming, but it was starting to run out of stock. In fact, because they monopolized the market, they made the most suicidal decision, which was to raise the price. The price of the heaven reversal pill doubled. Because of this, many martial artists cursed and were very dissatisfied. But because the heaven reversal pill's market was monopolized, the martial artists could only swallow their anger and continue to buy. But at this moment, something even more suicidal occurred. Fake and inferior heaven reversal pills appeared in the Phoenix Academy's market. After the customer complained, not only did the Phoenix Academy not deal with the seller who made the mistake, but they also announced to the public that the customer was being unreasonable and that Qingshu College had sent him to deal with them. Many people saw this storm, and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. However, because there was no suitable replacement, they chose to remain silent. They did not dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, the Phoenix Academy went further and further down the road of self-destruction. Problems such as poor service, shoddy packaging, price hikes, and so on were common. There were a lot of complaints from the customers, and there was also a lot of noise, but it was useless. Because of the monopoly, all of the Divine Phoenix Academy's merchants had arrogant faces. Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, then scram. We don't lack customers anyway. Dao Wuming was related to Sun Shang in the Sky Dragon continent, so this time, he was qualified to sell the heaven reversal pill. Every day, other than cultivating, he would sit in the shop and watch those idiotic martial artists fight to give him money. Then, he would drink some wine and scold them for being stupid and having too much money. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Suddenly, the loud sound of firecrackers could be heard in the distance. Dao Wuming looked up and was puzzled. Who was setting off firecrackers for no reason? At this moment, someone shouted, "Qingshu College and the Sky Dragon Auction House are selling the heaven reversal pill. It's cheap and good stuff. Don't suffer here." When he heard this, Dao Wuming only curled his lips in disdain and said, "The best alchemists in the entire Divine Phoenix continent are at the Phoenix Academy. What *T heaven reversal pill is this? Do they really think they're a treasure just because they gave it a similar name? Qingshu College is really at their wits' end. They're using such boring methods to fool the masses." The shouting continued for a long time. However, most people had no intention of moving their seats. It was not easy to get into the line. They were afraid that if they left, they would not be able to buy the heaven reversal pill. Some people even started cursing. *** bastard. Who's so immoral to say such nonsense? Are they trying to trick me into giving up my seat? No way. That's right. The heaven reversal pill has been advertised for so many days, but I haven't seen anyone buy it. It must be a scam. Whoever believes it is an idiot." Most people did not believe the shouting. Recently, more and more people bought the heaven reversal pill from the Phoenix Academy. Some people like to use such despicable and boring methods to trick honest people. They did not believe it. However, the shouting was not completely useless. After all, there were many people at the back of the line who could not even get in. They ran to the Sky Dragon Auction House with an attitude of giving it a try. There was also a small market there. Of course, it was not as big as the one here, but it was not too far away. They could still make it back in time after taking a look. Dao Wuming looked at the rushing crowd and could not help but sneer. This is probably Qingshu College's last trick. Idiots, no matter what you do, it's useless. The days of two major academies existing side by side are long over. In the future, there will only be one legitimate academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, and that is the Phoenix Academy. He felt especially satisfied when he thought of Ling Zhao's miserable face in Qingshu College. Hee, maybe I can get a letter of recommendation and poach Hai Myung Ko. When that time comes, won't that girl be a fish on my chopping block? When he thought of Hai Myung Ko's lofty appearance, well-proportioned figure, and peerless beauty, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. He felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, making it difficult for him to calm down for a long time. The small disturbance seemed to have passed just like that. Other than a small number of people who had left because of the shouting and firecrackers, the rest of the practitioners were still crowded in the market. Qingshu College's little trick seemed to have no effect. However, before the storm, there was bound to be some peace. Chapter 996. Not long after, a loud voice sounded again. This time, the people who shouted were actually the people who went to the Heavenly Dragon auction house before. In their hands, they were holding loudspeakers that no one knew where they got it from. They shouted loudly, "Brothers, why are you still suffering here?" Over at the Heavenly Dragon auction house, the Heaven Reversal Pill has already been put up for sale. The price is the same as the previous Heaven Reversal Pill, but the effect is more than twice as good. As they spoke, they waved the small jade bottles in their hands, looking very proud. Who are you lying to? I'm not crazy to lie to you. If it weren't for Boss Yunya, I wouldn't care about you idiots. Buy it if you want. Upon hearing Yunya's name, many of the male warriors were shocked. This name was really too lethal. If you don't believe me, you can come over. You'll know when you try it. I have some samples here. It's free. Probably because they were fascinated by Yunya's words, a few warriors were working hard to promote the Heaven Reversal Pill. I'll try it. I just rushed back from outside the city, and my heavenly essence energy is exhausted. I'd like to see the effect of your Heaven Reversal Pill. A sturdy celestial realm warrior stood up. He had indeed just returned from outside and urgently needed the Heaven Reversal Pill. However, because the price was too high and he was a little short of money, he couldn't afford it. Now that he heard about the Heaven Reversal Pill, he naturally wanted to try it. He didn't know if it would be effective, but it wouldn't kill him, right? It's him. He just killed a 3 talents realm beast outside the city. Yes, it's him. I saw it just now too. Many people began to talk at once. Obviously, they could all testify for this warrior. Okay, here you go. A Heaven Reversal Pill was thrown to the warrior. The warrior took the Heaven Reversal Pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A moment later, wisps of white gas appeared around his body. Oh my God, this is the Heaven Reversal Pill? Where did you say it was on sale? In the market in front of the Heavenly Dragon auction house, there's a counter for Qingshu College and a counter for the Heavenly Dragon auction house. You can buy whatever you want. There aren't many people now. Hurry up and go. Thank you. Seeing the cultivator leave in a hurry, everyone was shocked. Just now, this guy was being carried here. Let alone his heavenly elemental energy, even his physical strength was at rock bottom. But with just one pill in his stomach, he actually ran so fast? Was this medicine really that miraculous? If there's anyone else who doesn't believe me, you can come and try it. I have hundreds of test products here. I don't want you bunch of grandsons to think that I'm a shill. The martial artist standing on the high ground with a megaphone laughed heartily and said, "Choose for yourselves. Do you want to be tricked by these bastards from the Phoenix Academy and buy inferior things at a high price? Or do you want to go over there and buy better things at a low price?" At this moment, there was a commotion in the market. Everyone, don't listen to him. He's lying. At this moment, a martial artist stepped forward. Just as many people were waiting to hear what he had to say, he suddenly ran away in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon auction house. F***CK. This kid is cheating. Let's hurry up and go. If we don't go, we'll have to line up again. In just an instant, A swarm of people rushed out of the Phoenix Academy's market and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Of course, there were also people who supported the Phoenix Academy unwaveringly. Therefore, the number of people in both markets was basically the same. But this scene still made Dao Wuming break out in cold sweat. If such a situation occurred, it would be really troublesome. Once the news from the other side was confirmed, he believed that the number of people in the market would decrease. His worries soon became a reality. Brother, that's right. I've tried it. This pill is really awesome, and it's cheap. Sister, don't wait there. There's no need to. Junior brother, it's clear now. This Heaven Reversal pill is indeed much better than the Heaven Reversal pill. One by one, the martial artists returned. However, they were not there to buy things, but to call for people. It turned out that some of the martial artists in the market had come together when they were lining up. They were worried that once all of them went over, they would be tricked and lose both ends. Therefore, they let one of them go over to check out the situation while they continued to line up. It would not be too late to go over after the other side figured out the situation. Now, the situation was even more serious. The market of the Divine Phoenix Academy was originally bustling with activity and was packed with people. But at this moment, there were only a few figures left. These people were mainly disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Qingshu College is not retaliating. Once they do, they're going to kill us. This thought flashed across many people's minds. Those merchants who had betrayed Clear Void Academy and sought refuge with Divine Phoenix Academy looked at the crisis reversal pills squeezed into the warehouse, and each and every one of their faces turned extremely ugly. Dao Wuming was nowhere to be seen. He had probably gone to report the situation to Sunshang. In the meeting hall of the Phoenix Academy, except for the mysterious Preceptor Dean, the rest of the higher-ups were basically all present. Even Feng Mingwushan of the Divine Phoenix Auction House was present. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was a little tense. There was no usual laughter, only constant sighs and worry. Dao Wuming knelt down with a bottle of Heaven Reversal pills in his hands. The two Vice-Deans, Feng Mingwanchong and Sikong Zun, were also present. Their arms had already recovered. Yin-Yang realm martial artists could reverse yin and yang. A mere arm was nothing, but the loss of vitality, time, and face was the most unbearable. Therefore, the two of them hated Ling Xiao to the core. The Flame Deity and Sun Shang, the heavenly venerable of miraculous hands, were also present. Sun Shang was the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School and the main person in charge of this plan. Now that something had happened, he naturally had to step in. However, at this moment, there was no anxious expression on his face. He was still reading a book in his hand, as if this meeting had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Sun Shang did not speak, Sikong Zun decided to speak first. Dao Wuming, have you investigated who helped Qingshu College refine this Heaven Reversal pill? I have already investigated. There is something fishy about this matter. There are no clues at all. Qingshu College is spreading the rumor that it was Ling Xiao who refined the Heaven Reversal pill. However, how could that kid do it? Dao Wuming shook his head. Could it be the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's doing? The Flame Deity suddenly said, besides our Phoenix Academy, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has many mid-yellow grade alchemists. This Heaven Reversal pill is the same as our Heaven Reversal pill, a low yellow grade pill. They can definitely refine it. Perhaps. However, I am more worried that Ling Xiao might have an expert behind him. Sikong Zun frowned. As he spoke, he deliberately looked at Sun Shang, hoping that Sun Shang could analyze the situation. Sun Shang still had to give him face. Chapter 997. Closing the book, Sun Shang said disdainfully, "Aren't you thinking too much? The alchemy master behind Ling Xiao? Do you think that alchemy masters are so bored that they would waste their time refining so many low-grade yellow pills? Don't worry, as far as I'm concerned, Mo Yan's judgment is correct. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's alchemist must have helped him. This heaven-reversing spirit pill may sound good, but it's just that a few more herbs have been added to increase its efficacy, but the cost has increased. They are simply making a loss." While speaking, Sun Shang's face showed an extremely disdainful expression. "As long as our attitude can be better, we can return to our previous state, and even lower the price of the Heaven Reversal Pill, the Qingshu Academy can't do anything about it, as expected of Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand. His words are simply a wake-up call. There was another person in the meeting hall. It was Yang Yijuan, who had come from Qingshu College. At this time, he was using an extremely flattering tone to curry favor with Sun Shang. He just wanted to gain more capital. If he could gain Sun Shang's appreciation, he could also have a better life in the Phoenix Academy. This is nothing. If I panicked every time I encountered this kind of situation, Sun Shang, would not have been able to survive. Although Sun Shang tried to suppress his pride, the expression in his eyes betrayed him. He seemed to believe his own words even more because he was flattered by others. You mean to lower the price? You still have to be nice to those idiots? Phoenix Cry Wanchong asked. Deputy Dean, now is not the time to sulk. Although those martial artists are stupid, we still have to put on an act. Now that the Heaven Reversal Pill has appeared, if we continue to raise the price with that kind of attitude, we will definitely not be able to compete with Qingshu College. Sun Shang reminded him, we don't need too much time. They are making a loss and won't be able to last long. Fine, I'll listen to you. Although Phoenix Cry Wanchong was very unhappy, the situation was critical. As the deputy dean, he could still judge whether it was good or bad. Haha, Vice Principal, why do you need to care about these temporary gains and losses? When the new medicinal herbs are back, I will improve the Heaven Reversal Pill. Isn't it just a little better? It can recover one's physical strength. For me, this is a piece of cake. Sun Shang felt that Phoenix Cry Wanchong's mood wasn't too good, so he added another sentence. That's good. I've already sent someone to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House definitely won't dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. As long as we take drastic measures and buy all the herbs, Qingshu College won't be able to do anything. Sikong Zun sneered, I think the reason why the Heavenly Dragon Auction House cooperated with Qingshu College is because Qingshu College also gave them some sky reversal pills to sell. We can give them more. It's not that I want to say this, but our Phoenix Academy really doesn't fear anyone in the Divine Phoenix continent. Ha 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 ha. Complacent laughter finally rang out in the meeting hall, and the oppressive atmosphere from before was no longer present. Oh no. Just when the atmosphere was a little better, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He knelt on the ground and reported, Vice Principals, something bad has happened. Something big has happened. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so flustered. Phoenix Cry Wanchong said angrily, Vice Principal, the person we sent to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs just came back, but he didn't get anything. Yunya said that from now on, all medicinal herb transactions with the Phoenix Academy will be cut off. She wants us to find a way ourselves. As soon as he said this, the meeting hall suddenly became silent. A moment later, a loud shout rang out. B** starred, AB** TCH from the Heavenly Dragon Continent actually dares to not give face to our Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had been humiliated all this time, and he was really unhappy. This news almost made him explode. Vice Principal Wanchong, it's better to calm down. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House behind Yunya is not to be trifled with. Don't be rash. Sikong Zun reminded, don't forget that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has branches on the 5 Great Immortal Islands. An elder of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island has a very good relationship with Yunya. It doesn't matter if you touch Yunya, but if you offend this elder, our Divine Phoenix Empire will be in danger of being destroyed. Before the True Demon's Empire fully developed, the Divine Phoenix Empire naturally couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, Sikong Zun had to calm Phoenix Cry Wanchong down now. Phoenix Cry Wanchong took a deep breath and finally sat back down slowly. This matter is fishy. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House and our Phoenix Academy have always minded their own business. Our cooperation can be considered pleasant. Why would they suddenly choose sides at this juncture? Sun Shang also felt a headache about this matter. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. So what if he was powerful? Without the herbs, he couldn't do anything. Yes, this timing is too coincidental. Someone must be behind this. Could it be that the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, has stepped in? Sikong Zun muttered. The crown prince of the Hidden Mountain has been staying in the Fire Phoenix East Palace these days and hasn't taken a step out. Moreover, his subordinates are also under our surveillance. It's unlikely. Phoenix Cry Wanchong shook his head. Then could it be that Feng Qingyin has an affair with Yunya? Otherwise, why would Yunya help Qingshu College? What benefits would it bring her? Sikong Zun frowned. I'm afraid there's a problem with benefits. The flame deity thought for a moment and said, I've seen our purchase account book. It's obvious that we've suppressed the purchase price of the raw materials too much. This must have caused that woman's dissatisfaction. It's just that she's very tolerant and has never mentioned this matter. We think she's weak, but we don't know that she's been waiting for this opportunity. Your analysis is very reasonable, but what benefits can Qingshu College, which is on the verge of bankruptcy, give her? Sun Shang asked. I don't know about this, but I'm sure that this matter has something to do with Qingshu College. The flame deity gritted his teeth and said, It's useless to talk about this. The key now is where are we going to buy the medicinal materials? Without the medicinal materials, how can we refine the crisis reversal pill? At that time, we'll be the first to collapse. Sun Shang reminded him. Phoenix Cry Wanchong frowned and said, This is indeed a big problem, but it's not impossible to solve. Since we can't buy the medicinal materials from the Heavenly Dragon auction house, we can spend more money and buy them from outside. Anyway, we have money, so we're not afraid of this. No matter how capable Qingshu College is, can they interfere with the outside world? Although he said this, Phoenix Cry Wanchong began to worry. Since Ling Xiao came to the Imperial City, the Phoenix Academy's disputes seemed to have never stopped. Although similar things had happened in the past, Phoenix Academy had always won. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was like a curse, making Phoenix Academy the loser every time. That seemingly insignificant brat, could he really have such terrifying power? Chapter 998. The appearance of the perfect spirit reversal pill was like a sudden haze that shrouded the entire Imperial City in a short period of time. Qingshu College and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House together occupied nearly 70% of the Imperial City's pill market. Due to the expansion of their business, Qingshu College simply built a new market near Qingshu College. After all, there were too many people, and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's small market was no longer enough. This new market had been prepared for a long time, but it had never been used. Now, it finally came in handy. When Qingshu College was at its peak, it occupied less than 20% of the pill market. Now, it occupied 30% to 40% of the pill market, which was no less than the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and the Phoenix Academy. And this was only the beginning. Even though Divine Phoenix Academy had taken measures to lower the price of the Heaven Reversal Pill to an even lower level, and their service had also improved by quite a bit. However, everyone had a good memory, especially martial artists. They remembered very clearly how the Phoenix Academy treated them in the past. Even so, the Phoenix Academy's market would never recover to its previous prosperity. It could only be said that it had temporarily stabilized about 30% of the market and was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's market share was about 30%, Qingshu College's market share was about 40%, and the Phoenix Academy's market share was about 30%. Compared to its peak of nearly 90% of the market share, the Phoenix Academy was the most disadvantaged. Both the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College had increased their market share. Of course, the Phoenix Academy's business was not only in the Imperial City. It extended to the entire Divine Phoenix continent. In the entire continent, their market share was still about 70% to 80%. Therefore, for the time being, the Phoenix Academy's pill market was still profitable. However, as the market for the Spirit Reversal Pill continued to expand, the Phoenix Academy's pill market would only be reduced step by step. When that time came, they would really be faced with a situation where they were losing money. More importantly, now that Ling Xiao had made improvements to the Spirit Reversal Pill, the pill refining process was divided into more than 10 steps. Originally, only yellow-ranked pill refiners could refine pills. Now, even non-ranked pill refiners could refine pills with the cooperation of more than 10 people. Each person was only responsible for one step, or even one segment. Although there were more people, the efficiency was higher. Of course, it was impossible to refine a perfect pill, but the price was correspondingly reduced by a lot, so it was still deeply loved by martial artists. This kind of heaven-returning panacea was swallowing up the market like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was believed that within a month's time, the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share, the Phoenix Academy's market, Qingshu College's market share of the market, the Phoenix Academy's market share. The Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College of the Academy's Academy, Qingshu College of the Pill, of the Phoenix of the Academy, Phoenix of the Phoenix Reversal Pill. Originally, they only wanted to use 100,000 spirit returning pills to take back the market that should have belonged to them. That was enough. But they didn't expect that not only did they win back the market share, but they also fiercely suppressed the Phoenix Academy. If the Ice Phoenix clan hadn't interfered and used their power to force some martial artists to go to the Divine Phoenix Academy's market to purchase the Heaven Reversal pills with even worse effects, it was likely that the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share in the Imperial City would have completely disappeared. Sun Shang was trying to refine a new pill, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough herbs. He was also very anxious. It could be said that Qingshu College had completely turned the tables in the current battle. Whether or not the Phoenix Academy would be completely squeezed out of the pill market depended on whether or not Qingshu College was willing to be merciful. The only student sitting in Qingshu College's conference hall was a single person. Naturally, he was Ling Xiao. To be able to obtain such an honor, it was only because he had turned the tide in this crisis. Not only did he solve the Clear Void Academy's problem, he had also dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant Divine Phoenix Academy. The white-bearded old man smiled. Feng Qingyan couldn't hide his excitement. Hua Thunderbolt was grinning from ear to ear. The rest of the higher-ups were chatting and laughing. All of this was because Ling Xiao had given the extremely precious secret recipe of the Spirit Reversal Pill to Qingshu College to refine. As a result, not only had the current problem been solved, but production in the future would also be no problem. After all, Ling Xiao still had to cultivate. He couldn't be busy refining pills all the time. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. You're so young. So how can you have so many new tricks? You've divided a pill that only yellow-level alchemists can refine into more than 10 steps and made it so that ordinary alchemists can refine it successfully. Most importantly, the efficiency has greatly increased. Hua Thunderbolt laughed and said, I was worried about what to do after the 100,000 spirit reversal pills were sold out. Now it seems that you've already thought of the follow-up. That's right, in just a short span of 3 to 4 days, not only have we reclaimed our original market share, it's even nearly 3 times more than when we were at our peak. Right now, our scale is constantly expanding, and the pill market in the Imperial City and the nearby cities is even bigger than Divine Phoenix Academy. Feng Qingyan also nodded and said, the profit in just a few days is probably comparable to the income in the past few months. Ling Xiao, this is all thanks to you. I really don't know how to thank you. The high-ranking vice dean of Qingshu College had never thought of owing anyone a favor. However, in this incident, not only him, but the entire Qingshu College owed Ling Xiao a big favor. He really didn't know how to repay him. You're flattering me, vice deans. As a disciple of Qingshu College, this is just my duty. Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. You're quite modest, little guy. Even a disciple of Qingshu College doesn't have such a duty. You've really helped us a lot this time. This old man also doesn't know how to thank you. Keep this waste token. In the future, you can use any resources of Qingshu College as you wish. Even if you bring in outsiders, it's fine. The white-bearded elder chuckled and gave an exquisite waste token to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao received the waste token and couldn't help but feel happy. He needed this item. After all, Qingshu College was one of the 2 great colleges in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It had a deep foundation. If he could select the elites from Qin Hua's group to cultivate here, it would definitely be better than blindly learning by himself. He had given them many martial arts, but they were all from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They couldn't compare to the martial arts of Qingshu College. This waste token was simply a timely rain. This disciple thanks the vice dean. Ling Xiao put the waste token into his storage ring and nodded with a smile. Vice Dean, I'm afraid this isn't enough. Previously, because we were in a difficult period, we took 60% of the profit. Now that everything is on the right track and we're earning more and more, shouldn't we give up some of our share? Feng Qingyan suggested. In his opinion, Ling Zhao's contribution was simply too great. If he didn't reward him more, he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Zhao would be dissatisfied. Chapter 999. Yes, Qingyan is right. From now on, our academy will take 40%. Ling Zhao, you can take 60%. After all, the formula for the spirit pill of heaven reversal is yours. You deserve it. The white-bearded elder said in a low voice. Since the dean has said so, I won't refuse. Ling Zhao nodded. Recently, he needed more and more spirit stones. He had no reason to object when the academy offered such a share. Moreover, if he objected, the other party would probably let their imagination run wild. He couldn't let the academy think that the formula was too worthless. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause them to slack off. The three higher-ups of the academy were very capable. It was no wonder that they could hold on for so many years under various unfavorable circumstances and not be completely defeated by the Phoenix Academy. Dean, the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Yunya, is outside. While everyone was discussing the follow-up matters, someone came in to report. Invite her in, the white-bearded elder said hurriedly. During this incident, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, where Yunya worked, had also given great support to Qingshu College. Therefore, as the dean, he naturally had a good impression of Yunya. After a while, Yunya's graceful figure came in from outside the door. Before she spoke, a pleasant voice like a silver bell rang out. Ha ha ha, everyone is here. Yunya pays her respects to all of you. When this woman entered the meeting hall, she was like a blooming rose in the hall. The fragrance was overflowing. Her voice and smile stunned many people and almost made them infatuated. Even Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Yunya had obviously dressed up. She was wearing a long, ancient dress with a high slit that tightly wrapped around her seductive body. Even though she wasn't exposed, the flirtatious aura that came from her bones was still enough to make people infatuated. What a rare beauty! This was what everyone in the hall thought. Even the female higher-ups were subdued by Yunya's charm. However, most of the higher-ups here had seen the world. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly returned to normal. The white-bearded old man smiled faintly and said, Boss Yunya, your presence in our Qingshu College brings light to our humble dwelling. Please take a seat. Servants, quickly prepare the tea. Don't neglect our great benefactor. In fact, even without this incident, the white-bearded old man would never offend Yunya, because he knew very well how powerful Yunya's background was. This woman was definitely not as simple as a princess of the sacred dynasty. It was said that when she was very young, she followed Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen, but later returned to the Sky Dragon continent alone. When he asked her what had happened, she said that she had forgotten everything. Many people tried to force her to reveal the situation of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. As a result, these people did not live past the second day. After that, everyone knew how terrible this woman was. Dean, you're too kind. What can I do to help? In the end, it's still young hero Ling who's the best. We can be considered as the beneficiaries of this. Yunya smiled faintly and looked very charming. Princess Yunya, you don't have to call me young hero anymore. Just call me Ling Zhao. You're my elder. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and said. Previously, he did not like the title young hero Ling, but he had never objected to it. However, now that he was called that in front of so many people, he really felt quite uncomfortable. What young hero? He, Ling Zhao, was not qualified to be called a hero. A great hero would serve the country and the people. He still had a long way to go. I haven't asked Boss Yunya, why did you come to Qingshu College this time? Feng Qingyan asked with a smile. Actually, it's nothing special. The main thing is to make a deal with you. Yunya said calmly. A deal? Yes, I'm sure you also know that although the spirit pill of heaven reversal is not a high-grade medicine, it is a very popular medicine on the Divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands. It is also very popular on the White Tiger continent. Yunya replied, what I mean is, in the future, We will do our best to provide medicinal herbs to Qingshu College. As for the sales of the pills on the Sky Dragon Continent, White Tiger Continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands, the Sky Dragon Auction House will be responsible for it. The final profit will be split 50 to 50. What do you think? That's good. Feng Qingyin's eyes suddenly lit up. The range of influence of Qingshu College was at most within the Divine Phoenix Continent, which belonged to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the surrounding small countries. They could not control anything further. If the Sky Dragon Auction House was willing to cooperate and sell the pills for them, it would be a match made in heaven. It would definitely be a win-win situation. But Boss Yunya, I don't understand. Previously, you cut off the supply of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy. Now, you are helping us to sell the pills. This is a very good thing for Qingshu College. Why are you doing this? Feng Qingyin was a cautious person. Because the Sky Dragon Auction House had been too good to Qingshu College during this period, he could not help but be a little worried that they had other intentions. Yunya chuckled and said, I've long heard that Vice Dean Qingyin is a meticulous person. Now that I've seen it, it's true. In fact, there's no other reason. We were just entrusted by others and received enough benefits. Do you understand now? Could it be the expert behind Ling Xiao? Feng Qingyin said in surprise. Hee, you can think of it that way. Of course, you can also think of it as Ling Xiao giving us enough benefits. Yunya chuckled and said, From now on, at least on the Divine Phoenix Continent, you and we will be allies in the same trench. I see. Feng Qingyin looked at Ling Xiao with even more admiration and confusion. He did not know what benefits Ling Xiao had given Yunya to make the Sky Dragon Auction House, which had always been neutral, make such a decision. Sai, you have really accepted a good student. I really don't understand. Was the Phoenix Academy really blind back then? Why didn't they accept such a good student? Yunya sighed and said with some envy, Ha ha ha, Boss Yunya is right. But if the Phoenix Academy had not been blind back then, how could we have had such a good opportunity to accept such a good student? Huaboli laughed loudly. That's true. All right, today's matter has been explained clearly. When you're ready to sign the official transaction contract, you can go to the Sky Dragon Auction House to sign it at any time. As Yunya spoke, she stood up with a smile and said, Can I borrow Ling Xiao for a while? Of course. Ling Xiao, send Boss Yunya off. Feng Qingyin looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, Disciple obeys. When they were outside, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Yunya and said, This transaction doesn't seem to be my request, right? What? Young hero is not happy? Yunya was stunned for a moment and asked. She had originally done this to curry favor with Ling Xiao, but now, she suddenly felt that Ling Xiao did not seem too happy. Naturally, she was worried. Chapter 1000. Forget it. Anyway, I will get 60% of the money the college earns from the Heaven Reversal Panacea in the future. This is also a good thing. But Princess Yunya, I don't like people who think they are smart, especially when they use my name. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Your cooperation with the Qingshu Academy is a matter between the two of you. Don't involve me. Yunya immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, I know I was wrong. If there is anything in the future, I will definitely inform you first. Looking at the young man beside her who was only 16 years old, she couldn't help but have a doubt. Was such a mature, steady, and terrifying person really only 15 or 16 years old? Well, there is no need to be so formal. Goodbye. Recently, I have been so busy with the elixir that my cultivation has been delayed. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. Young hero, can't the master behind you show himself? Yunya finally couldn't help but say what was in her heart. There are some things that are better if you don't know the truth. The day you see him may be the day you will no longer cooperate with him. Do you still want to see him? Ling Xiao asked. Then forget it. Maybe I'm just too stubborn. Yunya shook her head. She actually had other thoughts. She wanted to bypass Ling Xiao and contact the master behind Ling Xiao. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She was really smart all her life, but this time she was stupid. Doing this would offend Ling Xiao too much. It's better to be content with what you have. If you're too greedy, you'll die from overeating. I think Princess Yunya is a good friend to make, but don't let me down." After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao leaped and left. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Although he had been refining elixirs during this period, in fact, his cultivation did not fall behind. In the process of refining elixirs, not only did his divine essence become purer, but it was also constantly increasing. Now, he had advanced to the early stage of the 6 arts. It was just that he had concealed his true cultivation level in front of outsiders. Yunya stood in place and looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. She sighed softly and said to herself, "I hope I didn't offend him. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." After the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Qingshu College reached a complete cooperation, one side focused on the production of elixirs while the other side focused on marketing and publicity. Their market share continued to expand, which also brought huge profits to both sides. For a moment, Qingshu College was filled with excitement. Those who persisted until the end and did not leave Qingshu College were lucky. Not only could they get a large number of sky-reversing panacea at a lower price, but they also had more resources than before. This made them extremely happy. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Phoenix Academy was gloomy and depressing, just like when Qingshu College was in trouble. Those who left Qingshu College to join Phoenix Academy did not receive better treatment. Instead, they were ostracized and suppressed because of their original identity as Qingshu College students. Even Shimin Bumi, who was originally ranked first in Qingshu College, and Li Chengxiu, who was ranked second, were no exception. Their spirit stones were deducted, and their resources were deprived. Their situation was extremely bad. It was a world of difference from when they were in Qingshu College. One had to know that when they were in Qingshu College, they were the elite students with the best resources and treatment. But now, they had become the lowest class of people. They tried to return to Qingshu College, but they were rejected. How could Qingshu College accept people who betrayed the school at such a critical time? Therefore, the two of them hated Qingshu College, especially Ling Xiao. The outside world was rumored to have obtained the spirit pill of reversal from Qingshu College by Ling Xiao. They did not know if this was true, but since everyone was spreading this rumor, there had to be a reason for it. They wanted to get on the good side of the Phoenix Academy by dealing with Ling Xiao. If possible, they wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. It would be more effective. Now, the entire Phoenix Academy was very unhappy. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as their market share was slowly eroded. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon Auction House stopped supplying them with medicinal herbs, they had thought of many ways to contact the nearby cities and even cities further away to send medicinal herbs over. However, distant water could not quench their immediate thirst. It would take a long time for those medicinal herbs to be transported over. In fact, it did not matter if they waited a little longer. As long as the medicinal herbs were returned, they could at least hold on to their final market share. However, the problem was that a bigger problem had appeared. A group of mysterious robbers had appeared out of nowhere and intercepted the large batch of medicinal herbs that the Phoenix Academy had spent a lot of money on. They had stolen all of them. When Phoenix Cry Wanchong found out about this, he was furious. However, it was useless. The robbers came and went in a hurry. Moreover, each of them had a storage ring. They disappeared quickly after stealing the herbs. Even if the Phoenix Academy rushed over, it would be too late. Most importantly, the robbers were very powerful. They had sent a Grotto Heaven Realm expert to escort the medicinal herbs, but they still managed to steal them. It was only at this moment that the Divine Phoenix Academy gradually understood that while they were scheming against others, a gigantic net was currently falling towards them. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had no choice but to personally escort the medicinal herbs. However, it was too late. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy's share of the medicinal pill market had shrunk to 10% in the Imperial City. They were relying on a few die-hard fans to hold on. It was called internal digestion. To the Divine Phoenix Academy, the main culprit in all of this was undoubtedly the Clear Void Academy. Therefore, during this period of time, the conflicts between the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Academy and the Clear Void Academy had become more and more frequent. On this day, Ling Xiao had just come out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda when he saw Dai Yaoling pacing back and forth anxiously. Yaoling, why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Big brother Ling, I just went shopping with a few sisters. In the end, we encountered people from the Phoenix Academy who were looking for trouble. Dai Yaoling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Two of them were actually Shimin Bumi and Li Chengxiu, who were originally ranked first in Qingshu College. Two pieces of trash. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He grabbed Dai Yaoling's hand and leaped up. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. After asking for the location, he flew over. Although he knew that the people from the Phoenix Academy wouldn't dare to act recklessly in broad daylight, Ling Xiao was still very worried. It wasn't easy to find a close friend. Moreover, it wasn't just a close friend. Whether it was Hai Myung-keo, Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer, Cold Plum, or Zhao Ci, they were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Nothing could happen to anyone. On the streets of the Imperial City, Shimin Bumi revealed a sinister smile. He had always wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, for the past few days, Ling Xiao had been cultivating in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, so he never had the chance. Chapter 1001. Today, Shimin Bumi didn't meet Ling Xiao, but he met Ling Xiao's women. They were a few female disciples of Qingshu College who came to buy clothes on the street. At this time, Cold Plum's mouth was bleeding. Hai Myung-keo's clothes were in a mess, and Lan Yuer was lying on the ground with a pale face. The three of them were the strongest among the girls, but they were still no match for Shimin Bumi and Li Chengxiu. What's more, Shimin Bumi and Li Chengxiu had brought a group of disciples who had joined Phoenix Academy. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from the elite class. Their cultivation was only slightly weaker than Cold Plum and Hai Myung-keo. It was already not easy for Cold Plum and Hai Myung-keo not to be completely defeated. Hehe, you two women also want to fight with me. Shimin Bumi? I used to be the top disciple of Qingshu College. My cultivation has reached the early stage of 8 desolate heaven. Who can defeat me? Shimin Bumi sneered again and again. Although he couldn't afford to offend the 10 Phoenix Sons, he could afford to offend these women. Cold Plum wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Hai Myung-keo's cold face didn't lose its arrogance. The two of them stood together. Today, Ling Xiao wasn't here, so they couldn't lose. Shimin Bumi, you can't kill us today, but we'll definitely kill you in the future, Hai Myung-keo said coldly. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else alive who dared to humiliate her like this. Her cultivation was not as good as Shimin Bumi's, but her cultivation speed was much faster than his. It wouldn't take long for her to surpass him. That's right. Cold Plum touched her storage ring, as if hesitating whether to use her last trump card. Back then, when she cultivated in Death Valley, it wasn't just to increase her cultivation base. Naturally, she also left because she had the ability to protect herself. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. Aren't you guys from Qingshu College? Don't think that you can beat our Phoenix Academy just because you've gained some advantages in the elixir market. I know the ins and outs of your academy very well. Shimin Bumi laughed heartily. When the vice president of Phoenix Cry Wanchong comes back, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand will definitely refine better elixirs and completely defeat Qingshu College. Your good luck won't last long. After becoming a dog of the Phoenix Academy, Shimin Bumi seemed to have been infected with the hostility of the Phoenix Academy. Or it could be said that he had completely torn off his disguise and revealed his true nature. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Hai Myung-keo shook his head. Do you think that if we can defeat you once, we can't do it again? How foolish. Are you calling me foolish? Shimin Bumi's expression became even more ferocious. Li Chengxiu, do it. Destroy the faces of these bitches. I really want to see what kind of expression Ling Xiao will have when he sees them. Ha ha ha. Big brother, do you really want to do this? That Ling Xiao isn't someone to be trifled with. The Blood Skull is the best example of that. Not to mention, he even dislocated the arms of 2 of our vice deans. Li Chengxiu was a little scared. Originally, he just wanted to beat these women to vent his anger. However, it would be too much to disfigure them. It would definitely annoy Ling Xiao. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but the problem was that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. What are you afraid of? If there is really an expert behind Ling Xiao, why would he deliberately hide from us? Shimin Bumi said disdainfully, I'm afraid that the two vice presidents got into trouble because the higher-ups of Qingshu College took action. As long as we hide in the college, what can he do? Besides, I heard from Ms. Yang Yijuan that Celestial Master Miracle Hands is developing a better elixir than the sky-reversing panacea. The only thing we lack now is the medicinal materials. As long as the medicinal materials are back, Qingshu College will definitely be completely destroyed. When the time comes for the secret compartment, we will be the first contributor. Do you want to be bullied like this all the time? Okay, I believe you. When Li Chengxiu was in Qingshu College, he had always followed Shimin Bumi. Now he was in Phoenix Academy, and it was still the same. Without Shimin Bumi, he estimated that his situation would be worse. Brothers, for our well-being, let's go. Destroy the faces of these bitches. Let's see if they dare to show off in front of us again. Li Chengxiu waved his hand and shouted. Behind him, a group of celestial realm warriors, more than a dozen of them, fiercely pounced on Cold Plum and the others. Looking at the beautiful figures of these girls, they even showed wretched smiles and swallowed their thirsty saliva. In the face of the ferocious warriors, Cold Plum and Hai Myungkeo struggled to resist. Hai Myungkeo, take Sister Lan and the others and leave first. I'll stop them. Cold Plum saw that the situation was not good. Not only were the opponents' moves indecent, but they were also extremely ruthless. They were all injured. If this continued, she was afraid that they would really be in trouble. Therefore, she did not intend to hide her trump card any longer and was going to reveal it. No, if anything happens to you, Ling Xiao will kill me. Hai Myungkeo shook her head and shouted loudly. At this moment, a long saber slashed at her shoulder. The person holding the saber was a warrior in his 30s. At this age, he was definitely over the age limit among the disciples of the two major academies. Although his aptitude was not very good, his long-term cultivation had allowed him to possess very dense heaven origin energy. The saber slashed down with full force. Seeing this, Cold Plum hurriedly pushed Hai Myungkeo away. No! Cold Plum, who pushed Hai Myungkeo away, happened to have her head under the saber. She was so frightened that she screamed. Bang! A black shadow suddenly appeared and punched the saber-wielding martial artist. This punch was obviously filled with hatred, so the power was extremely terrifying. The warrior holding the saber's head was directly blown apart like a watermelon. After falling to the ground, he was completely lifeless. Those who touch my people must die. Ling Xiao was really angry. The consequences were very serious. He had to be ruthless. Otherwise, in the future, even cats and dogs would dare to touch his people. Before coming here, he had already thought about what to do. He would kill all the people who dared to touch him. The Phoenix Academy was too busy to take care of themselves. They should not have the energy to deal with this kind of thing. Therefore, it was fine to kill them. As the black shadow kept flashing, the warriors who attacked Hai Myungkeo and the others were all killed. Only Li Chengxiu and Shimin Bumi were left standing there. The corpses were thrown along the way. The onlookers were pale. Many of them had heard of Ling Xiao's fame. However, they were still frightened by his ruthless means today. Ignoring the gloomy faces of Li Chengxiu and Shimin Bumi, Ling Xiao turned around and supported Cold Plum. He looked at his friends and asked, Are you all okay? This servant is fine. However, Sister Lan's injury is a little serious. Cold Plum's face blushed as she said shyly. Ling Xiao took out a few healing pills and gave them to Cold Plum, Hai Myungkeo, and the others. Then, he squatted down to check on Lan Yu's condition. Chapter 1002. You have injured your Heaven Meridian. You must use the Heaven Meridian Repair Elixir to treat it. Otherwise, your Heaven Meridian will be destroyed. Who can hurt you then? Ling Xiao looked at Lan Yu and asked. It's those two bastards. Not only did they betray Clear Void Academy, they even helped Divine Phoenix Academy to deal with us. They're too hateful. Zhao Xi couldn't help but shout before Lan Yu could speak. Understood. Ling Xiao patted Lan Yu, her shoulder gently and said, Senior sister, you go back with Rain's spirit and the rest first. I will help you refine the Heaven Meridian Repair Elixir after I deal with the matters here. Don't worry, it will be fine. Then, he stood up and looked at Shimin Bumi and Li Chengxiu with a murderous look on his face. Li Chengxiu was actually forced to take 2 steps back by his murderous look. Trash, he is only an expert at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. You are an expert at the advanced stage of 7 stars heaven. Why are you afraid of him? Shimin Bumi was much stronger than Li Chengxiu and wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao. He's a waste, and you're the same. You don't want to be the number 1 in the Qingshu Academy, but you insist on being someone else's dog. But that person still bullies you. I really don't know what you're thinking. Are you born to be abused? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the surrounding experts burst into laughter. People like Shimin Bumi, who betrayed his sect at a critical moment, were looked down upon. Therefore, the surrounding experts didn't like him very much. Even those who supported the Phoenix Academy were disgusted with Shimin Bumi and Li Chengxiu. The laughter made Shimin Bumi's face so gloomy that it seemed like ink could be squeezed out of it. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die? Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Shimin Bumi, you are only at the early stage of the 8 Desolates Heaven. The difference between you and the 10 Great Phoenix Suns is not small. I am not even afraid of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. Why would I be afraid of you? If you have the time to threaten me, you'd better think about how to save your own life. Back then, the Blood Skull was just as complacent as you were. I'm sure you know what happened in the end, right? You can only rely on Feng Qingyin's protection to intimidate others. Do you really think you're that powerful? Shimin Bumi said in disdain. Your provocation is very low level. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Provocation? Do you think I need to goad you? You're just a piece of trash who relies on others. If you have the ability, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Shimin Bumi sneered. He wasn't as stupid as the Blood Skull, who had given Ling Xiao a month to prepare. If he wanted to fight, he would solve the problem on the spot. Why don't you challenge Vice Principal Feng Qingyan? Ling Xiao asked. Shimin Bumi said with a smile, I'm 28 years old this year. Vice Principal Feng Qingyan is already 100 years old. If I challenge him, I'll be overestimating myself. Hee, you know that too. But you don't realize that I'm only 15 years old this year. After the new year, I'll be 16. But you're already 28. Don't you think this kind of challenge is very shameless? Ling Xiao sneered. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Trash. Li Chengxiu stood out and scolded. Then if I challenge you now, are you still trash if you don't fight? A person stood out from the crowd. It was Qin Hua, who was wearing a half-sky dragon mask. General Qin, you actually broke through. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that Qin Hua was already a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Thanks to Brother Ling's help, I can break through so quickly. Qin Hua smiled. He then looked at Shimin Bumi and said, Kid, come on, I'll fight with you. I'm not an idiot. Why would I fight with you? You're a few years older than me. This is called bullying the weak. Shimin Bumi snorted. Obviously, he was afraid. Ha ha ha, you're really shameless. The Phoenix Academy is really suitable for you. I'm 10 years younger than you. If I don't fight with you, I'll be a trash and a coward. Big Brother Qin is only a few years older than you. Bullying the weak? Ling Xiao was simply amused by Shimin Bumi. This guy's shamelessness was really in the style of the Phoenix Academy. No wonder he betrayed Qingshu College and joined the Phoenix Academy. Shimin Bumi was speechless. His face was extremely red. Chengxiu, let's go. We won't lower ourselves to their level. Shimin Bumi saw that the situation wasn't good. He didn't dare to stay here. This kind of guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong must escape as soon as possible. After all, Qin Hua was much stronger than him. Stop. You've injured my friend and you want to leave like this? Ling Xiao's ice-cold voice resounded. Qin Hua had already blocked the path of those 2 people. Ling Xiao, what do you want to do? Shimin Bumi asked with a fierce appearance. What do I want to do? I want to ask you what you want to do. Didn't you say that you want to fight one-on-one with me? You want to slip away without fighting? Is this the style of the Phoenix Academy? Ling Xiao disdainfully said, rest assured, I won't let Big Brother Qin intervene. Just the two of us, one-on-one. Hearing these words, Shimin Bumi was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and said, are you sure you want to fight one-on-one with me? You don't want this guy to intervene? That's right. Ling Xiao seriously nodded. Hee, you're courting death. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Shimin Bumi sneered and said, after killing you, I'll become an elite disciple of the Phoenix Academy. That's a good idea. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and assumed a fighting stance. After his cultivation breakthrough, he had been busy refining pills. He hadn't found anyone to test his skills. Now that he had a martial artist of 8 Desolate Heaven early stage to fight with him, it couldn't be better. Shimin Bumi was definitely a qualified opponent to test his skills. Big Brother Shimin, let me go first. Li Qingxiu suddenly looked at Shimin Bumi and said. He also wanted to prove his loyalty. If he could kill Ling Xiao today, it would be a great merit for him. He believed that the people of the Phoenix Academy wouldn't dare to look down on him again. Fine, I'll let you go first. Don't hold back. Shimin Bumi sneered. It would be good to let Li Qingxiu test Ling Xiao's strength. This way, he would have a greater chance of winning. It would be even better if Li Qingxiu killed Ling Xiao. Anyway, Li Qingxiu was one of his people. If Li Qingxiu killed Ling Xiao, he would also have a share of the credit. Li Qingxiu smiled and then looked at Ling Xiao like a tiger eyeing its prey. Big Brother Shimin doesn't need to do anything. I'm enough. His confidence naturally stemmed from his own cultivation. He was of 7 stars heaven late stage, much stronger than Ling Xiao's Avalon of 5 elements peak. As long as the expert behind Ling Xiao didn't appear, he wouldn't be afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he used to be the second disciple of Qingshu College. He had the best martial arts and the most resources. These were enough for him to defeat an ordinary 8 Desolate Heaven martial artist. As for Ling Xiao, he was nothing. Chapter 1003. Among the onlookers, perhaps only Ling Xiao's friends had some confidence in him. The rest of the people didn't think that Ling Xiao could win. They felt that Ling Xiao was simply too complacent when he agreed to fight one-on-one with Li Qingxiu or Shimin Bumi. Did he really think that he could look down on other cultivators just because he had killed the Blood Skull? Ling Xiao would definitely pay the price for his carelessness and complacency. No matter how good one's aptitude was, no matter if one was a genius or not, the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. This was absolutely impossible to ignore. Aren't you going to stop him? It's still too early for him to fight those two. Feng Yinran's delicate body squeezed out of the crowd and anxiously shouted at Cold Plum and the others. Miss Yinran, don't you know him? When has he ever listened to other people's advice? Once he has decided on something, whether it's right or wrong, he will stick to it. Hai Myungkeo said with a wry smile. Besides, he has never tried to be brave. Since he dared to accept Shimin Bumi's challenge, then what does Li Qingxiu count for? Minkong, sure enough, you know me well. Miss Yinran, don't worry. I will definitely win in the end. Just like when I defeated the Blood Skull, this Li Qingxiu will also be defeated by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alas, you are a bull. Stubborn bull. Feng Yinran stomped her feet and said, I don't care about you anymore. Although she said that she didn't care, Feng Yinran took a few steps forward, ready to save him if there was any unforeseen event. She didn't care about the rules. Whoever hurt Ling Xiao was going against her. Li Qingxiu, you really shouldn't have stepped forward. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly raised his hand. A red sun all pierced through the air. This was his most commonly used attack, and it was also the attack he was best at. Hee, little bastard, this move of yours is completely useless against me. Today, I will let you know how stupid you are, absolutely. Looking at the crimson sun Li Qingxiu sneered. A 1-meter-long sword appeared in her hand. She lightly shook it, and a layer of silver-white sword chi enveloped the sword. Moreover, the sword chi was constantly flowing. A moment later, a spiral-shaped sword chi pierced through the air. Its target was the red sun that was flying in the air. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his right hand as he felt the sharp screeching sound of the spiral sword chi from the friction with the air. Shadow all. The Crimson Sun all collided with the spiraling sword chi, but the Shadow all continued to speed forward and continued to attack Li Chengxiu. Although the spectators couldn't see the Shadow all, they had all seen Ling Xiao's battle with the Blood Skull. Naturally, they knew that Ling Xiao's gentle wave of his hand wasn't a casual gesture. He must have used some kind of attack. Petty tricks, Li Chengxiu sneered. She stabbed her long sword into the ground in front of her. Suddenly, an even larger spiral-shaped sword chi appeared around her body, wrapping her whole body in it. The Shadow all collided with the spiral-shaped sword chi. After a moment of struggle, it was finally completely dissolved. This time, the spectators could clearly see what had happened. Ling Xiao's Shadow all was actually dissolved. This is bad. The crowd couldn't help but let out worried voices. One had to know that when the Crimson Sun all and the Shadow all were used together, it was really impossible to guard against. However, Li Chengxiu had actually blocked it so easily. This wasn't a good thing. See, I already said that Ling Xiao's cultivation is too low right now. He's no match for Li Chengxiu. Hurry up and get ready to save him. Feng Yinran said anxiously. Sister Yinran, don't worry. Brother Ling hasn't fully displayed his skills yet. Dai Yaoling comforted. Hai Miunkeo also nodded and said, this is just the beginning. Haven't you noticed? Ling Xiao is testing his moves on Li Chengxiu. He just wants to know the power of the Crimson Sun all and the Shadow all. Before she finished speaking, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao had used the light and Shadow all. Even though Li Chengxiu knew that Ling Xiao would use this move, there was nothing he could do. The power of this move was so terrifying that it completely exceeded Li Chengxiu's imagination. His spiral-shaped sword chi was easily torn apart like paper. Then, the black and white light and shadow all pierced through his body. With a terrifying momentum, it sent him flying into the crowd. So what if you know about my light and shadow all? It's still useless. Looking at the dying Li Chengxiu, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. As he continued to fight in public, more and more people knew about him. There would definitely be people who would think of ways to deal with him. In this way, the moves that he had already used would not be effective. At this time, he could only rely on his powerful power and terrifying control. Just like in this battle, Li Chengxiu clearly knew that he was going to use the light and shadow all, and even took precautions in advance. However, in the face of the terrifying light and shadow all, he was still killed on the spot. Turning around, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shimin Bumi and said, "It's time for you to make a move. Don't always let others die for you." Shimin Bumi frowned. He should be able to block Ling Xiao's light and shadow all, but as far as he knew, Ling Xiao had an even more powerful move. It was the move that he had used to deal with the blood skeleton. It seemed to be called something like Tao Ye's Doomsday. Even though many people were studying this move, they still could not figure out the principle and execution of this move. Was he really going to fight? He started to worry. What? A dignified 8 Desolation Heaven early-stage practitioner is actually afraid of me, a practitioner at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Humph, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shimin Bumi snorted coldly, but in the end, he did not retreat. If he retreated today, he would have to avoid Ling Xiao if he met him on the road in the future. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the early stage of 8 Desolation Heaven, which was much stronger than Li Chengxiu's. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to him. Hee, I hope you won't be as useless as Li Chengxiu. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and suddenly made a move. Tao Ye's Doomsday. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would not have the slightest preparation, using his strongest killing move right from the start. Even Shimin Bumi did not expect this. However, Ling Xiao had carefully prepared for this move. It had started when he fought with Li Chengxiu. He knew that with his cultivation, it was not impossible to defeat Shimin Bumi, but it would not be that easy. If he wanted to defeat his opponent and create a deterrent effect, he could only use his killing move from the start. Shimin Bumi felt the aura of death when he saw the huge sword aura condensed into a Taodai pouncing towards him. He did not have the strength to resist at all. He did not even move, and his face was deathly pale. Little bastard, it's just a spar on the street. How can you be so ruthless? Stop. Just when Shiman Bummy thought that he was going to die, a thunderous roar sounded, followed by a violent aura. Old dog Sikong. Ling Xiao secretly cursed this guy for coming at the wrong time. Chapter 1004. Old Dog Sikong? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer as he listened to the furious and commanding voice of Ling Xiao. Do you think I'll stop just because you told me to? Disdainfully snorting, the Taotai apocalypse continued to pounce toward Shiman Bummy. During this process, Ling Xiao once again activated his heavenly origin energy, causing the terrifying sword energy to fly even faster. Audacious vile creature. Ling Xiao's actions clearly caused Sikong Zun to be extremely dissatisfied. With a furious roar, he chose to attack Ling Xiao by attacking Shiman Bummy. Ignoring him, Sikong Zun condensed a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl and struck down at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to block the attack of a yin-yang realm powerhouse. In order to kill Shiman Bummy, he didn't want to waste the power of a human king, so he had no choice but to dodge. The thick bolt of lightning struck the street, creating a crater that was dozens of meters deep. This was probably because Sikong Zun didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, this was a busy street. If he used his full strength, there wouldn't be anyone left alive on this street. At that time, he, the lightning demon king of the true demons empire, would definitely be chased out of the divine phoenix empire. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength, but controlled the lightning to the extreme, only targeting Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao reacted very decisively, without the slightest hesitation, easily dodging this attack. You can't stop the people that I, Ling Xiao, want to kill. Ling Xiao's cold voice came from the crowd. Sikong Zun suddenly thought of something. That day in the plaza, he had also tried to rescue Bloodskull, but in the end, he had returned without success. Could it be that today was going to be the same? He turned around to take a look, only to discover that Shiman Bummy had already disappeared under the attack of the Taotai apocalypse. Hateful brat. How could you be so vicious and kill so many of our Phoenix Academy's disciples? No one can save you today. Sikong Zun didn't care how many Phoenix Academy disciples died. He only cared about his reputation. Once again, Ling Xiao had killed the people he wanted to protect in front of him. This was something he could not bear. The violent energy suddenly soared, and the powerful thunder and lightning continued to explode around him. Countless onlookers ran far away, unwilling to be affected by the battle. The strength of a yin-yang realm expert was not something ordinary people could imagine. That terrifying aura made it difficult for Ling Xiao to breathe. However, after a moment, the mountain river martial spirit dispelled this discomfort. Any martial artist wanting to rely on aura to suppress him, Ling Xiao, was an absolutely impossible matter. In the crowd, Qinhua wanted to launch a sneak attack on Sikong Zun from behind, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a voice transmission. Although Qinhua was already a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he couldn't compare to a yin-yang realm martial artist. If he made a move now, not only would it be meaningless, but he would also expose himself. Old dog Sikong, you better think carefully. If news of the Phoenix Academy's vice dean attacking a Qingshu College disciple on the street gets out, you won't be able to show your face anywhere. Ling Xiao laughed as he prepared to escape. He naturally knew that Sikong Zun didn't care about his reputation and would definitely attack. Thus, escaping was the only way. Fortunately, Hai Myung-ko and the others had wisely chosen to leave when Sikong Zun arrived. This way, he didn't have to worry about the consequences. No matter how glib your tongue is, you'll definitely die today. Sikong Zun sneered. Back then, he had been forced to cut off an arm in the plaza. Although his arm had recovered, he still couldn't forget that kind of humiliation. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to calm his anger. Void Shadow Crocodile. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly, turned around, and ran. Sikong Zun was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly dodged. However, because the distance was too close, his shadow was bitten by the Void Shadow Crocodile. His arm, which had recovered, was bitten off again. The most terrifying thing about the Void Shadow Crocodile was that no matter how strong one's defense was, it was useless. This was because a strong defense couldn't be applied to the shadow. The Void Shadow Crocodile attacked the shadow. This move was best used to deal with martial artists with strong defenses. Evil creature, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. The furious Sikong Zun chased after Ling Xiao, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his arm. He knew that Ling Xiao was too fast. If he didn't chase after him now, it would be too late by the time Ling Xiao hid in the Phoenix Academy. Seeing that the distance between them was about right, the Sikong Zun's uninjured right hand condensed a ball of lightning and shot it at Ling Xiao's back. The ball of lightning whizzed over with a violent wind pressure, causing the air to distort into a ball. It was so fast that it was much faster than Ling Xiao's speed. Damn it! I originally planned to use this move in the future. I have no choice but to reveal it today. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Ling Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately unleashed the full power of his 6 arts heaven early stage cultivation. Not only that, but he also used the 4th step of the profound meaning of light, godly light travel. After using this move, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of light, instantly accelerating into the distance. The Sikong Zun's attack missed and crashed into a building, instantly destroying it. Good lad. Your movement technique is really amazing. Seeing that this move didn't hit Ling Xiao, the Sikong Zun's feet flickered with 2 streaks of lightning. His speed instantly increased, and he pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's movement technique could be said to be invincible in the celestial realm. Very few warriors in the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm could compare with him. However, a Yin-Yang realm expert could still easily catch up with him. Once the Sikong Zun was enraged, it would be easy for him to catch up with Ling Xiao. However, movement technique didn't necessarily mean speed. The reason why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Sikong Zun was because he still had other trump cards that he hadn't used yet. The Sikong Zun's pursuit of Ling Xiao caused a wave of boos from the surrounding warriors. A Yin-Yang realm expert was actually chasing after a celestial realm warrior on the streets, and he even used a sneak attack. There was no one else who could be this shameless. I didn't believe Ling Xiao when he said that the people from the Phoenix Academy were shameless, but today, I completely believe him. That's right. This old fellow Sikong Zun has lived for tens of thousands of years, yet he's chasing after a child so relentlessly. How embarrassing. Doesn't the Emperor care about this? If word gets out, it'll be embarrassing for our divine Phoenix Empire. Hearing these words, the Sikong Zun's expression turned ugly. However, perhaps he was used to being shameless, but he gritted his teeth and still sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Damn, this old dog is really fast. This won't do. Looks like I have to take out my trump card. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the Sikong Zun, if he wanted to escape, the Sikong Zun alone wouldn't be able to stop him. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a warm and powerful aura rushing toward him. Chapter 1005. Sensing the familiar power, he rushed over. Ling Xiao smiled and thought, looks like I don't have to use my trump card. Sikong Zun was in a rage and didn't care about the outside world. He only had Ling Xiao in his eyes. A huge lightning spear condensed in his hands and was already aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. However, in order to succeed, Sikong Zun wanted to close the distance between them, so he didn't release his move yet. Sikong Zun, you're so shameless. Ling Xiao called you an old dog, and he's right. Feng Qingyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao as he shouted angrily. Qingshu College wasn't far from here, so Feng Qingyan rushed over when he heard about what happened here. He was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, but he was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Ling Xiao wasn't just a student of Qingshu College, he was also the benefactor of Qingshu College and the son of those two. No matter what, he couldn't die. In a rage, Feng Qingyan finished condensing his move the moment he appeared. A fire phoenix appeared behind him. In his hand, a crimson-red bow appeared. It was actually formed by the condensation of his inner strength and soul power. The bow was like a fire phoenix. The arrow was like a divine dragon. Fire phoenix divine dragon arrow. The arrow shot through the air and collided with Sikong Zun's lightning spear. Boom! The red and purple collided with each other. An earthquake-like roar erupted, causing many martial artists on the entire street to feel their heartbeats accelerate. Some even temporarily lost their hearing. Some houses that weren't very sturdy collapsed because of the explosion. The Divine Phoenix Empire prohibited Yin-Yang Realm warriors from fighting on the streets because the destruction they caused was too shocking. If they didn't do well, many innocent people would be implicated. However, today, Feng Qingyin had to intervene in order to save Ling Xiao. So what if he had to make an exception? It was obvious that Sikong Zun was at a disadvantage in this fight. It wasn't because he was weaker than Feng Qingyin, but because he was missing an arm. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect him much. But in a battle between martial artists of similar strength, the influence would become very great. Standing in front of Ling Xiao, Feng Qingyin coldly looked at the still bleeding Sikong Zun and said coldly, although Feng Ming Wanchong is shameless, he wouldn't go so far as to chase down a junior on the street. You're even more shameless than him. You really deserve to be called an old dog. You've lived tens of thousands of years in vain. Sikong Zun's face was extremely gloomy, and he felt helpless. When Feng Qingyin appeared, he knew that he no longer had the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too cunning, and with Feng Qingyin, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Therefore, he didn't attack again. Instead, he started to heal himself and said coldly, Feng Qingyin, don't just stand there and talk. Do you see those corpses on the ground? Ling Xiao killed so many of our outstanding disciples. Don't tell me that I shouldn't kill him? Even if this matter is brought up to the Emperor, I'm still the one with the right. Quickly hand over Ling Xiao. Otherwise, don't blame me for accusing you of harboring a villain. I said that you're shameless, but you're really shameless. Shimen Bumi and Li Chengxiu. One of them is at the early stage of 8 Desolates Heaven, while the other is at the late stage of 7 Stars Heaven. In addition, there are so many martial artists from 4 Symbols Heaven and Avalon of 5 Elements. They surrounded and bullied a few girls. If Ling Xiao didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid that the ones lying on the ground would be those pitiful and weak girls, right? Feng Qingyin sneered and said disdainfully, molesting my Qingshu College's disciples on the street. Kill them without mercy. Even if the Emperor comes, I'll say the same thing. As for Ximen Bumi and Li Chinxiu, they took advantage of the fact that their cultivations were higher than Ling Xiao's and tried to stir up trouble. They even asked for a life-and-death battle. Now, they were killed by Ling Xiao. Are you going to deny it? Good. Very good. You guys from Qingshu College really have a glib tongue. Sikong Zun's bleeding had stopped. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Today, he didn't have the upper hand in terms of reason or strength. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He could only grit his teeth and say, Feng Qingyin, just you wait. You and your Qingshu College will be completely finished sooner or later. Is that so? I've noticed that the Phoenix Academy situation isn't good recently. It seems that its biggest source of income has started to lose money, right? Feng Qingyin said with a smile. Laugh all you want. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Sikong Zun was embarrassed. He had chased after a warrior of the celestial realm for a long time and failed to kill him. Now, he couldn't even fight back. He could only choose to turn around and leave. He had no choice but to leave. In the current situation, the longer he stayed here, the more embarrassed he would be. Watching Sikong Zun run away in embarrassment, Feng Qingyin's eyes were cold and deep. He seemed to be thinking about something. Vice President, I owe you another favor. Ling Xiao's voice woke Feng Qingyin from his contemplation. He turned around and said with a smile, If you say that, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you're a disciple of Qingshu College is enough for me to protect you. You can go back to the academy first. I'll finish the work here. Thank you, Vice President. Ling Xiao looked at the corpses on the ground and nodded. Then, he walked toward the academy. In the evening, the stars were faint. Although the sky wasn't completely dark yet, it was obvious that it would be a cloudy night. The moonlight wasn't bright, and the stars were blurry. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the windowsill, looked in the direction of the Phoenix Academy in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Beside him, The butterfly girl was happily eating a piece of upper-level spirit stone. Xiao Dai, do you think the two of us can kill Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands? Today's incident made Ling Xiao understand one thing. Since he was going to do it, he had to completely destroy the Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, there would be more and more trouble. He couldn't deal with Sikong Zun, but if he and the butterfly girl worked together, they should be able to kill Sun Shang without anyone knowing. The butterfly girl was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and revealed a cute smile. Okay, then let's go kill Sun Shang later. As far as I know, Sun Shang was invited to a banquet of the royal family today. This is the best opportunity for us to kill him. If we miss it, we'll have to wait for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't have the idea of assassinating Sun Shang on a whim. In fact, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. There were two benefits to today's assassination. First, he had comprehended the fourth step of the light esoteric and the shadow esoteric, which greatly increased his strength. Together, he could kill the heavenly lord of miraculous hands without anyone knowing. Second, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands was leaving Qingshu College for the Imperial Palace. Although the journey wasn't long, it was his only chance. As long as he killed the heavenly lord of miraculous hands, the Phoenix Academy would completely fall from the elixir market. Even if Phoenix Cry were to transport the herbs back, it would be meaningless. Not to mention anything else, but if they lost their income from the elixir market, Divine Phoenix Academy's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Although they might not collapse, but if they wanted to suppress Clear Void Academy, they would no longer be able to do it. Chapter 1006. As long as they could completely deal a blow to the Phoenix Academy, they had to consider everything. They had to weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. They would not dare to flirt with a disciple of the Qingshu Academy on the street like today. Of course, there was also a personal grudge to kill heavenly venerable miraculous hands. Back then, it was Sun Shang who had almost poisoned the butterfly girl to death. Today was the best opportunity for revenge. The butterfly girl nodded, half understanding. All right, since you've agreed, let's go. What you need to do later is attract Sun Shang's attention. Let me kill him. Ling Xiao still had 7 strands of the power of a human king in his body. At most, he could use one more strand. Even if he had to sacrifice one strand of the power of a human king, as long as he could kill Sun Shang, it was definitely worth it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao set off. When he left Qingshu College, he disguised himself and put on the ghost mask. He also changed his body slightly. This wasn't difficult for a martial artist. When he reached the path Sun Shang had to pass, Ling Xiao laid in ambush. Then, he released his soul power and used the Earth Vision and Heaven Listening technique to see the situation within a 5-kilometer radius. Sun Shang was a mystic heaven expert with the 10th grotto heaven. The butterfly girl's cultivation was on par with his, but it wouldn't be easy for her to kill him. After using the power of a human king, Ling Xiao could use a soul mystic technique to launch a sneak attack and instantly kill Sun Shang. The two of them had to work together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for either of them to succeed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The stars were dim. It was a good opportunity to kill. At the entrance of Phoenix Academy, Heavenly Venerable, are we really going to leave like this? Why don't we wait until Vice President Sikong recovers? Dao Wuming stood beside a palanquin and looked at the pitch-black night sky with worry. What are you afraid of? I'm a grotto heaven expert. Other than Yin-Yang realm martial artists, who can do anything to me? Sun Shang said disdainfully. Dao Wuming, you are so useless. Feng Qingyan, the dean of Qingshu College, and Huo Boli have all been invited into the palace by the emperor. There are no more Yin-Yang realm experts in Qingshu College. Even without Vice Dean Sikong, nothing will happen. The flame deity said disdainfully. Perhaps because the flame deity and Dao Wuming both came from the Sky Dragon continent, they became Sun Shang's 2 good dogs. Today, they naturally had to follow Sun Shang to the imperial palace. All right, let's go. After listening to the flame deity's words, Sun Shang was even more relieved. Previously, he was indeed worried that Feng Qingyan or Hua Thunderbolt might launch a sneak attack on him. But now, knowing that those people were in the palace, What was there to be afraid of? Perhaps the emperor had considered this point, so he specially invited those people to the imperial palace. Here it comes. 10 miles away, his soul power transmitted a clear image. Sun Shang's palanquin was rapidly approaching. Mo Yin and Dao Wuming are actually following? Hee. I'll take care of the two of you together. Today, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of the flame deity. After all, the flame deity's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 8 desolate heaven realm. He was not even as strong as Shiman Bumi, who he had killed previously. The enemy who had almost killed him in the Sky Dragon continent in the past was just SOSO in front of him now. Xiao Dai, get ready to attack. Kill whoever dares to block us. We must be fast. This place is not far from the Imperial Palace. If someone wants to come to rescue us, they will be very fast. Ling Xiao reminded and began to condense the power of the human king, preparing for a thunderous attack. Sun Shang, your end is here. He sneered and thought to himself, the enmity on the Sky Dragon continent will be completely settled today. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force barge into the range of his earth vision and heaven hearing. This was a thick, killing intent that was cold to the extreme and evil to the extreme. Compared to Sword Demon Yi Guxin's killing intent, it was actually only slightly inferior. Xiao Dai, don't attack first. Wait. Stopping the butterfly girl's attack, Ling Xiao looked in a direction. In the darkness, he could not see any figure. Only a frenzied killing intent was constantly approaching. Eyes of the world. Ling Xiao opened the eyes of the world. Only then did he discover that in the void, a pitch-black shadow was rapidly approaching Sun Shang's palanquin. Seeing this shadow, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He was so surprised that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Cold Plum. He could not believe that this terrifying power actually originated from Cold Plum. The current Cold Plum was somewhat different from usual. She seemed to have become more mature than usual. Her body became much bigger, looking more like an adult woman. Around her eyes, there was an additional layer of eyeshadow, looking sinister and sinister. Her hair was disheveled and fluttering in the air, giving off the feeling of a malicious spirit that walked out of hell. Is this really Cold Plum? Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never thought that Cold Plum would be so powerful and terrifying. Seeing the girl's ferocious face, he actually felt a little heartache, because he could clearly feel that Cold Plum was enduring immense pain, as if she was being tortured by something. Could it be that she was also here to kill Sun Shang? What? You're saying that she signed some kind of contract with an evil spirit? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the butterfly girl. Just now, a voice was transmitted into his mind. It was the butterfly girl's voice. The butterfly girl nodded, but did not say anything. Do I need to stop her? Ling Xiao asked. It's best not. Stopping her now is like interrupting someone who is sleepwalking. It's very dangerous. You don't have to worry too much. After this matter is over, ask her properly. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The butterfly girl's voice once again appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. All right. Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. If his recklessness harmed Cold Plum, it would be too late for regrets. Sun Shang's sedan chair had already arrived. Cold Plum suddenly made her move. At this moment, Sun Shang inside the sedan chair, as well as the flame deity outside the sedan chair, did not notice her existence. Only when the 8 people carrying the sedan chair suddenly fell to the ground and Dao Wuming's corpse on the spot, did the flame deity and Sun Shang realize that something was wrong. The flame deity's first thought was not to protect anyone, but to escape. Lil Dai, capture that guy alive. Ling Xiao did not want to leave. He wanted to keep an eye on Cold Plum. If there were any changes, he would be able to act in time. He just needed the butterfly girl to capture the flame deity alive. The butterfly girl left. Cold Plum did not look at the flame deity. Perhaps in her eyes, the flame deity was just a piece of trash that could be squashed to death at any time. There was no need to waste her energy. Her gaze was still fixed on the sedan chair. Suddenly, the sedan chair split open. A green light pierced through the air and aimed at Cold Plum. Cold Plum laughed in disdain. The black plum blossom pierced through the air and instantly destroyed the green light. Chapter 1007. Perhaps sensing the terror of Cold Plum, Sun Shang didn't dare to stay after launching the attack. Instead, he turned and ran. The direction he was running towards was actually the palace. This guy was quite smart. This place was closer to the palace. As long as the palace guards noticed the situation here, he would be able to survive. Seeing Sun Shang running away, Cold Plum didn't chase after him. She just smiled disdainfully and then flicked her finger. A black plum blossom shot out like a black meteor in the dark night. Ah! Sun Shang screamed and fell to the ground like a bird shot by a bow and arrow. One of his legs was cut off. That seemingly small plum blossom actually carried a terrifying sword aura, forming a huge cog-shaped killing weapon. Sun Shang's face was full of horror. He didn't know where this killer came from, nor did he know how the other party could be so terrifying. But he knew very well that he was probably done for. The wound on his leg had a black substance spreading towards his blood vessels. It was actually highly toxic. He had played with poison all his life, but now he was about to be killed by it. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Help! Help! Sun Shang had never been in such a sorry state. All he could do now was to desperately call for help. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted out. Ling Xiao had already sealed the space within 100 meters. Neither sound nor aura could penetrate. This was also to make Cold Plum safer. In Cold Plum's hand, an even bigger plum blossom gradually formed. The plum blossom was filled with a strong aura of death. Who the hell are you? Even if I die, at least let me know. Sun Shang shouted for a long time, but to no avail. He knew very well that the other party must have done something to the space nearby. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time. He could only hope that the people in the palace noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time and came to find him. That way, there was still a chance of survival. Cold Plum didn't say anything. Her cold eyes stared at Sun Shang, and the plum blossom in her hand flew out again. Ah! Sun Shang's other leg was directly cut off. You're really forgetful, Cold Plum sneered. Have you forgotten about the little girl by Ling Xiao's side? You're Cold Plum. Impossible. How could this be? How do you have such strength? Sun Shang's memory was still good. He finally remembered that Cold Plum had appeared in the square that day. Moreover, he had always sent people to monitor Ling Xiao. He was very clear about who was around Ling Xiao. Now do you understand why I want to kill you? You betrayed your country and harmed my master, Ling Xiao. Just these 2 points alone are enough for you to die. Not to mention you also deliberately instigated Shimanbumi and Li Chengxiu to take liberties with us on the street. If you don't die, even God will be angry. Cold Plum didn't care that Sun Shang was stalling for time. The poison of the black plum blossom was extremely terrifying. It had already spread throughout Sun Shang's body through his legs. Not long after, Sun Shang's entire body would turn black and he would die like charcoal. However, she didn't mind giving Sun Shang more pain. Another plum blossom in her hand flew out. This time, it wasn't an arm that was cut off, but Sun Shang's head. I originally didn't want to use this form, but for my master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit and suffer the greatest pain in the world. The last thing you should do is to target him. Looking at the already dead Sun Shang, Cold Plum's body gradually returned to its original state. Her face was a little pale, and she looked very weak. After saying this, she didn't stay any longer. She turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at Cold Plum's departure, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He knew that Cold Plum was very grateful to him, but she had done this for him. How could he repay her? Alas! He sighed and stood up. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he saw that it was actually wriggling. What a crafty old ghost. But even if you can escape Cold Plum's assassination, you'll still die by my hands in the end. Ling Xiao jumped down from the roof and walked towards the wriggling mass of rotten flesh. He sneered and said, "The Eternal Divine Pill Scripture has recorded a type of pill that can bring a person back to life. Even if only a piece of rotten flesh is left, it won't be a problem. Although you weren't able to refine it, This transformation pill isn't bad either. It can protect the soul and use another person's body to resurrect, right? Who? Sun Shang was in complete despair. He had used all his trump cards. Originally, as long as he could obtain a body in time, he would be able to resurrect. Although he would have to change bodies every year, it was still better than dying now. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after the wolf left, a fox would come in its place. The crafty fox had been staring at him from the side, spying on him. Who are you? How do you know about the eternal divine pill scripture? Sun Shang's weak voice resounded in the air. You don't need to know who I am, because I like to let people die without knowing why. Ling Xiao sneered and operated his soul force. The immortal pot appeared above his head and sucked Sun Shang's soul into it. Without a soul, let's see how you'll resurrect. The dignified heavenly sovereign miraculous hands, the best alchemist in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, and a high-level yellow-rank alchemist, had died without knowing why. He was thoroughly dead and would never appear again. At this time, the butterfly girl also caught the flame deity. Looking at the flame deity, Ling Xiao was filled with emotions. The flame deity, you betrayed your sect. Do you know your crime? Ling Xiao took off his ghost mask and revealed his true face. He had to let the flame deity know who killed him. It's you. Seeing Ling Xiao, the flame deity collapsed. If it was someone else, he might be able to plead for mercy. But facing Ling Xiao, he knew that he didn't even have the qualifications to plead. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him go. Seeing that you and I used to be from the same sect, you can kill yourself, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you kill me, you'll never get the wisdom bone. The flame deity said coldly. Wisdom bone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, looking at your current state. I know that the wisdom bone isn't much. I don't need it. I'll give Bai Yun a better martial soul. It's definitely better than a mere wisdom bone. Using this to threaten me, you really don't want to repent even in death. After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. He pulled out all the death dark flame from the flame deity's body. The death dark flame entered the body and was quickly sealed. It still couldn't be used in battle, but it had no effect on alchemy and refining equipment. Die. The debt between you and me is completely settled. After extracting the death dark flame, the flame deity was useless to him. A blazing light appeared on his hand, and he gently patted the flame deity's body. Chapter 1008. The flames began to burn. The flame deity who relied on the dark flame of death to dominate the world, was burned alive in the end. One had to say that this was the cycle of karma. Amongst the ashes of Empyrean demon flame, there was actually a shining bone that hadn't been burned. This is the wisdom bone, right? Interesting. It seems that it's not that the wisdom bone isn't good enough, but that the flame deity is too useless. He didn't even know how to use such a good thing. He put away the wisdom bone. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent, he would personally hand it to Master Bai Yun. This was something he had promised Master Bai Yun. Since he had promised, he naturally had to do it. He was such a good man who kept his promises. Xiao Dai, let's go. After finishing his business, Ling Xiao leaped and left. He was heading in the direction of Cold Plum's escape route. He was still worried that something would happen to Cold Plum, so for safety's sake, he wanted to chase after her to take a look. A moment later, when he was about a mile away from Kingsview College, he stopped. On a tree over there, a girl was sitting cross-legged. Her whole body was emitting black gas. The girl was desperately resisting the torment of pain. Sigh, as expected. Ling Xiao sighed. Just as the butterfly girl said, Cold Plum had signed a contract with some monster. Although she could use the monster's energy, she would suffer great pain because of it. As for whether there were any other side effects, he did not know. A terrifying chill hit him in the face. The terrifying murderous aura was even more unbearable than the cold. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost made a defensive reaction because this murderous aura seemed to be about to kill him. If one looked carefully, all the creatures within 2 to 3 meters of Cold Plum had lost their lives. Even the tree branches were completely lifeless. What a terrifying murderous aura this was. The most terrifying thing was that Cold Plum's entire body seemed to be shrouded in black gas. Within the black gas, one could faintly see many terrifying skeletons and spirits that were letting out mournful screams. Cold Plum's long black hair had turned gray, as if it had lost its color. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately rushed towards Cold Plum. What was danger? What was death? For Ling Xiao, Cold Plum's words, in order to protect Master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit, was worth it even if he had to give up his life. Such a woman was worth his life to protect. If he really let Cold Plum die like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. As soon as he was within 2 meters of the Cold Plum, an even more terrifying murderous aura condensed into a strange human head. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the Scarlet Sun feather raiment. Only then did he feel slightly better. Master, don't come over. Because Ling Xiao wasn't wearing a mask, Cold Plum recognized him. Cold Plum's voice was very weak. Every time she spoke, her body would constantly tremble, as if she was being tortured by something. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's heart was about to break. This pain was more serious than any injury he had ever suffered. What nonsense are you talking about? You're already in this state. If I don't help, who can save you? Ling Xiao wasn't just being impulsive. The reason why he didn't hesitate was because he wanted to help Cold Plum wholeheartedly. It was also because he had the Mountain River martial spirit and the immortal pot that could absorb all souls. No matter what, there was a chance that he could help Cold Plum. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he had to try. That terrifying murderous aura enveloped his body. It was even more intense and ferocious than before. His Scarlet Sun feather raiment was actually extinguished. A sinister feeling directly pierced his soul, causing his entire body to tremble. However, his body was trembling, but his willpower was still as strong as ever. He didn't retreat. He didn't stop. He continued to take firm steps, walking towards Long Mei. Finally, his hand touched Cold Plum. Boom! In his mind, a terrifying image of a woman appeared. This woman's eyes were gouged out, her legs were chopped off, and blood flowed out from her eyes. The terrifying murderous aura was released from her body. In that instant, Ling Xiao knew everything. This woman, Cold Plum's second martial spirit, had been cruelly treated when she was alive. That was why she had such terrifying anger and murderous intent. She wanted revenge. She wanted to kill everything that was alive. No! Cold Plum screamed in horror. She felt that the murderous aura in her body was beginning to surge towards Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao. Seeing her master like this, Cold Plum's heart was more painful than ever. Little fool, you called me master for such a long time. For me, you can turn into a malicious spirit. What's the big deal if I help you? Could it be that you want your master to be a heartless person? Ling Xiao gently stroked Cold Plum's hair. His heart ached, but there was also some anger. Xiao Dai, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Don't let anyone disturb us. Ling Xiao released the butterfly girl, and then gently hugged Cold Plum. He no longer concealed anything. The vast will of the Mountain River martial spirit rolled out. The power of the human king that he had been reluctant to use was also used. Finally, his body didn't feel so uncomfortable. That intense murderous aura actually retreated for a moment. Cold Plum's eyes were hazy with tears, wetting her clothes. She followed Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao. It was not for anything else, but because Ling Xiao had saved her before. But she was a woman after all. Which girl wasn't sentimental? Being treated like this by Ling Xiao, how could she not be moved? How could she not be moved? Thank you, Master. Thousands of words converged into a single sentence. Although the words were few, they were filled with emotions. Close your eyes. Just leave it to me. Ling Xiao smiled, and the immortal pot appeared above his head. Evildoer, I know you're miserable, but if you want to harm Cold Plum, I won't let you off. The immortal pot opened, and a powerful suction force gushed out. That soul let out a mournful cry, struggling not to be sucked away. You're really tenacious. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. A large amount of soul power poured into the immortal pot, and the suction force became even stronger. No! That soul kept letting out mournful cries. Although it stubbornly resisted, it had no choice and was slowly sucked into the immortal pot. The energy in Cold Plum's body lost its soul control and became restless. It began to rampage in Cold Plum's body. Don't worry, today I will completely convert this energy into yours. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The mountain river martial spirit had already wrapped around Cold Plum, and countless inscriptions flickered in the sky. Pooh! The murderous aura that had lost its soul control was too terrifying. It actually injured Ling Xiao, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and become much weaker. Chapter 1009. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious. However, I can't give up just like that. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be dead. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and continued to circulate his mountain river martial soul to dissolve the terrifying killing intent. Cold Plum's condition improved slightly, but Ling Xiao's condition worsened. Cold Plum's hair returned to its original black color, while Ling Xiao's hair gradually turned gray and withered. At this moment, he was already extremely weak. Boom! At this moment, a strange situation occurred. The blazing sun in the mountain river martial soul released an intense light. All the darkness that came into contact with this light was instantly burned into nothingness. The ferocious killing intent constantly retreated. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that after being burned, the killing intent actually merged with the blazing sun and turned into two parts. One returned to day, the other returned to night. Ling Xiao's comprehension of the light and shadow ultimacy actually began to increase rapidly. He actually broke through to the fifth step. The killing intent finally completely disappeared. Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His weak body was healed by the energy produced by the killing intent, and he actually returned to normal. Cold Plum's cultivation did not return to its original state after this energy refinement. Instead, it remained at the half-step yin-yang realm. Although her half-step yin-yang realm was much weaker than most half-step yin-yang realm experts and required a long period of seclusion to completely stabilize it. However, there was no doubt that this was definitely fortunate for her. Extremely fortunate. This was because even a genius like Ling Xiao could not raise his cultivation to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. However, Cold Plum did not know this. She was still unconscious, like a cute kitten, curled up in Ling Xiao's arms. She was completely different from her usual cold appearance. Little girl, this is a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao carried Cold Plum and left the place, directly returning to the academy. After all, it was not safe outside. After putting Cold Plum on his bed, Ling Xiao walked out. So that's how it is. The fifth step of the profound of light and shadow is actually like this. This is probably related to the large amount of killing intent I absorbed from Cold Plum. Outside the room, Ling Xiao sensed his body. Not only had he advanced to the middle stage of the six-arts sky due to this incident, more importantly, he had also comprehended the fifth step of the light and shadow profound. Although he didn't get as many benefits as Cold Plum, he wasn't jealous. The reason why Cold Plum had improved so much was because she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. If it weren't for him, Cold Plum would probably be dead, or her soul and body would have been completely devoured by that malicious spirit. Such things were not uncommon in the profound world. Many warriors who wanted to increase their strength in an instant signed a contract with a demonic creature. In the end, they lost their bodies and souls. There was only one example like Cold Plum in the entire profound world. It was because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. Otherwise, Cold Plum's outcome would be no different from those people. Of course, more importantly, for Ling Xiao, being able to pull Cold Plum out of death was the most joyous thing. As for other things, they were secondary. Looking at Cold Plum, who was sleeping soundly, Ling Xiao smiled and didn't disturb her. He found an open place and began to consolidate his current cultivation. The more experts he came into contact with, the more anxious Ling Xiao was to improve his cultivation because he knew that his strength was insufficient. One had to know that the Divine Phoenix continent was just a very weak continent in the profound world. The current him could only survive here cautiously. Every step he took had to be carefully considered. This in itself was a reflection of his insufficient strength. He was someone who wanted to go to the heaven's chosen gate. If he wasn't strong enough, this dream might never be realized. The next day, before the sun rose, Phoenix Academy was already shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was even worse than before. Sikong Zun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. An icy aura was constantly released from his body. Phoenix Cry Wushan, who was sitting near him, also had an ugly expression. Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand Sun Shang had been assassinated, and it was in the Imperial City. They didn't have a single clue. After a long time, Sikong Zun coldly looked at the subordinates kneeling before him and asked, "Speak. What have you found?" Reporting to the vice principal, "We have carefully investigated the scene. The person who killed Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand might have reached the half-step yin-yang realm. That's all. That's all we have for now." Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the people kneeling below. Get out, and continue investigating. If you can't find anything, I'll take your head." Sikong Zun was about to go crazy. The miraculous hand Heavenly Sovereign, Sun Shang, was someone that the Emperor Lord had invited from the true Devil Empire. Yet, he had died just like that. How was he going to explain this to the Imperial Advisor and the Emperor Lord? "My brother is very dissatisfied with this matter. He asked why you didn't enter the palace with Sun Shang last night." Phoenix Cry Wushan said coldly, "Doesn't the Crown Prince know that I'm injured? Sun Shang, that trash, was killed so easily. If he died at the hands of Feng Qingyan, Flame Thunderbolt, or the Dean of Qingshu College, we can still take the opportunity to find fault with him. But now, his death is really useless." Sikong Zun was in awe of the Crown Prince, Phoenix Cry Qishan. But he was not afraid. Because he was strong enough, even the Emperor had to respect him, let alone Phoenix Cry Qishan. "Haha, Dean Sikong, there's no need to be angry. Although Sun Shang's death greatly damaged our vitality, fortunately, Vice Dean Wan Zhong's medicinal herbs are about to be transported back. Sun Shang's pill formula is also kept. With our current pharmacist reserves, we can still continue to refine the crisis reversal pill. We won't be completely crushed by Qingshu College." Phoenix Cry Wushan also knew that his tone was a bit too harsh. He smiled and said, "I'll take my leave first. The Emperor has already sent the Mirror Bureau to investigate this matter. I believe there will be a result soon." Mirror Bureau? The strongest secret organization of the Divine Phoenix Empire? Sikong Zun was stunned and asked. "Yes, not only are they strong, but they are also good at solving cases." After speaking, Phoenix Cry Wushan smiled and turned to leave. The sun had already risen. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, not only did he consolidate his current cultivation, he also had a deeper understanding of the fifth step of the light and shadow profound meaning. In just one night, his strength had increased a lot. On the bed, Cold Plum was still in a coma, but it was not a big deal. This kind of coma could last for a month, or it could last for a year. However, after waking up, Cold Plum would become a true half-step yin-yang realm expert. "I have to refine some medicinal soup for her so that she can soak in it every day." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called Feng Yinran and asked her to arrange for someone to take care of Cold Plum. Now that Qingshu College was the safest place, it was naturally best to let Cold Plum stay here. Chapter 10:10. Miss Yinran, I have to refine some pills. On one hand, I have to heal Senior Lawn. On the other hand, I have to prepare enough medicinal liquid for Cold Plum to soak in. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for the time being. Don't worry, this is just a small matter. Let her stay at my place from now on. There will be someone to accompany her every day, so there won't be any problems. Thank you. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao selected some herbs from the Mountain River realm and began refining them. The Heaven Vein Repair Pill was actually very easy to refine. It took a little more time to prepare the medicinal liquid, but it only took half an hour. He first helped Lan Yu, repair her Heaven Vein, then instructed them to take turns taking care of Cold Plum. He then headed to the Sky Dragon auction house. Of course, other than buying the necessary herbs, He also wanted to inquire about another matter at the auction house. On the way, he heard all the discussions about Sun Shang's death. Although the Phoenix Academy tried their best to hide this matter and suppress the storm, they forgot one thing. If they could plant people in Qingshu College could naturally plant people there as well. Paper couldn't contain fire. Naturally, this matter quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Although many people didn't believe it, the storyteller described the entire process vividly. Moreover, Sun Shang didn't show up, so naturally, most people gradually believed it to be the truth. The Phoenix Academy was also in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. After hearing this and seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of a phrase. You only have yourself to blame. Originally, he didn't want to use the pills to trick the Phoenix Academy. Who knew that they would make the first move, resulting in today's situation? The Phoenix Academy couldn't even take care of itself. The disciples were trembling when they went out, so they didn't have the time to bother the Qingshu College disciples. In the end, the Qingshu College, which had fewer people, occupied nearly 80% of the cultivation rooms in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. This was considered a gain. However, Ling Xiao didn't forget to eliminate the source of trouble. Yunya was still as coquettish and charming as usual. She was still chatting and laughing as usual. However, in front of Ling Xiao, she was obviously a little afraid. You seem to be very afraid of me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If this servant speaks the truth, young master, please don't blame me. Yunya smiled and said, Speak. That heavenly, venerable, miraculous hand Sun Shang was killed by the person behind young master, right? Yunya lowered her voice and asked. It's better not to ask about things that you shouldn't ask. Princess Yunya, in fact, even if Sun Shang was killed by me or the person behind me, you don't have to be afraid. You didn't offend me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, you're right. Yunya is thinking too much. In fact, she didn't think too much about it. She was mainly afraid that there would be some blind people in the Heavenly Dragon auction house who would go against Ling Xiao and implicate the auction house. That would be bad. What happened this time was the best example. On the surface, Ling Xiao looked like a warrior in the celestial realm. However, no one knew how deep the water was behind him. No one would be able to guess it. Princess Yunya, don't think too much. You and I are friends. Even if there are some misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk about it. Ling Xiao's words set Yunya's mind at ease. Friends? Yes, we are indeed friends. I wonder if young master came to the auction house today for anything other than to buy medicinal herbs? Yunya asked with a smile. Ling Xiao's friend seemed to be very respected. Speaking of which, didn't he kill Shiman Bummy and Li Chengxiu on the street for the sake of friends? Princess Yunya is really smart. I want to ask you about something. Ling Xiao said, I heard that Fengming Wanchong personally went out to look for medicinal herbs for the Phoenix Academy. Is this true? This is absolutely true. In Want City, which is 500 miles away from the Imperial City, there is also a large trading company that sells medicinal herbs. However, the price is quite expensive. This time, in order to maintain the sales of the crisis reversal pill and avoid losing too much, the Phoenix Academy specially bought these medicinal herbs at 3 times the price. Yunya nodded and said, Haha, isn't this called losing the bait and losing the soldiers? Now that Sun Shang is dead, what can they do with these medicinal herbs? At most, they can refine the crisis reversal pill. They are no longer a threat to us. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Young master, you are wrong. Yunya shook her head and said, Wrong? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, Could it be that other than Sun Shang, there are other high-grade yellow-level alchemists on the Divine Phoenix continent? There aren't any on the Divine Phoenix continent, but there are on the 5 Immortal Island and the White Tiger continent. I wonder if young master has heard of the Righteous Alliance? Yunya asked. Righteous Alliance? Yes, I have heard of it. It is rumored that it is an organization on the Divine Phoenix continent that upholds justice on behalf of the heavens and promotes righteousness. It has done many good deeds, but in recent years, it seems to have become a little overbearing. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Young master, you are right. In the past, the Righteous Alliance was indeed an organization that promoted righteousness and upholds justice on behalf of the heavens. It has saved many people and done many good deeds, but in recent years, it has become a very overbearing organization. It often does things like pointing a deer as a horse, helping a tiger do evil, and distorting the truth. Yunya sighed and said, "What I want to say is that the Phoenix Academy seems to be in contact with the Righteous Alliance, and there should be high-grade yellow-level alchemists in the Righteous Alliance." There is such a thing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Was there no end to this? Princess Yunya, do you know the route that Phoenix Cry uses to transport medicinal herbs? I am not very familiar with the divine Phoenix continent. He suddenly asked. Ah, young master, you can't be thinking of. Yunya didn't finish her sentence, but she was truly shocked. Just how terrifying was the expert behind Ling Xiao? After killing Celestial Sovereign Miraculous Hands, he actually wanted to kill Phoenix Cry Wong Kong? That's right. I want to sever the Phoenix Academy's hopes. If Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies, the medicinal herb channel will be cut off. I want to see what they have to fight with us. Ling Xiao coldly said. Yunya couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. I say, Divine Phoenix Academy has provoked you. It's really as if they've provoked a demon king. First, the medicinal pill market was robbed, then Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands was killed. If even Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies after this, Divine Phoenix Academy will really have to tuck its tail between its legs. Is Princess willing to help? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yunya sighed and then left the VIP room. After she went out, she came back with a map. On the map was clearly marked a route to Wanqing, as well as a route that caravans had to take. This time, perhaps because Phoenix Cry Wanchong is overseeing things, the Phoenix Academy swallowed a total of 1 billion low-grade spirit stones worth of medicinal herbs in one fell swoop. According to the time, they should already be halfway there. Because the space in a storage ring is limited, it is impossible to store so many things. There will definitely be caravans, and it will be very easy to find them. Chapter 10-11. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. The Phoenix Academy was really rich. They could easily take out 1 billion low-grade spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs. He really didn't know how rich they were. That's right. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I'm afraid it's all the liquid funds for the Phoenix Academy. After all, they can't all be used for transactions. Most of them are still used for cultivation, array maintenance, and so on. If you really snatch those medicinal herbs, the Phoenix Academy won't be able to recover in a few years. Yunya smiled. Other than Phoenix Cry Wanchong, are there any other experts in the escort team? Ling Xiao asked again. Other than Phoenix Cry Wanchong, there are 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Their cultivation is around the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other 2 are all Celestial Realm martial artists. Their strength is uneven. Yunya replied. This Heavenly Dragon auction house seemed to be a simple auction house, but in fact, many things were related. For example, intelligence was one of their businesses. There were also assassins. How many spirit stones do you need to pay for your Yin-Yang Realm assassins? Ling Xiao asked. Why? You still want to hire assassins? Yunya was stunned for a moment and asked. Can I? Of course you can. The commission is not set. It depends on how far you want to go. Yunya replied. I just need to restrain Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, That's simple. You just need to pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, or a mortal-grade spiritual artifact. Yunya smiled. You're really greedy. Do you know how precious 1,000 high-grade spirit stones are? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was weighing whether this deal was worth it. Of course, if you're not willing to pay, you can owe us a favor or refine a yellow-grade super elixir for us. Yunya said with a smile. This princess really knew how to do business. Ling Xiao was definitely not willing to owe her a favor because he didn't know how to repay her in the future. He could consider refining elixirs. What kind of elixir does your highness need? Ling Xiao asked. A heaven-breaking pill must be perfect. We can provide the materials, but you must be the one to refine it. Yunya replied. Hiss. Heaven-breaking pill. You guys really dared to dream about it. Perfect grade? Even a yellow-grade super alchemist wouldn't have such confidence. I'm afraid only a mysterious grade alchemist would be able to do so. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. The heaven-breaking pill was a pill used to break through the limits of the Grotto Heaven realm and advance to the Yin-Yang realm. Its materials were extremely precious. Although Ling Xiao knew how to refine it, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to gather the materials. Furthermore, the success rate of refining it was less than 100%. After all, the better the medicinal pill, the higher the requirement for one's strength. You can't do it? Yunya said with some disappointment. I can do it, but I need at least 2 sets of herbs. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to succeed. Only 2 sets? Yunya was a little surprised. In order to refine the heaven-breaking pill, they had found many alchemists, including White Tiger Continent's mysterious great alchemists. However, these people gave at least 10 sets of herbs. Ling Xiao actually only asked for 2 sets. This was simply unbelievable. Cough cough, then give me 3 sets. I will definitely refine it successfully. Ling Xiao seemed to feel that he asked for too little, so he simply added another set. How about this? We have a total of 5 sets of herbs. It took us a long time to gather them. I will give them all to you. As long as you can refine one heaven-breaking pill, it will be enough. Yunya thought for a while and said, No problem, but can you help me complete the plan first? After all, refining this kind of medicinal pill will take a long time. When Fengming Wanchong returns to the Imperial City, there will be no chance. Ling Xiao said, Of course, our assassin can take action at any time. His code name is Scorpion. As long as young master takes action, he will naturally follow. Yunya said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao going back on his words. Firstly, she believed in Ling Xiao's character. After all, they had worked together so many times. Secondly, if he really went back on his words, their heavenly dragon auction house would definitely let Ling Xiao know how powerful they were. Although she was afraid of the expert behind Ling Xiao, it didn't mean that their heavenly dragon auction house would be afraid. At most, they would respect him. If they really fell out with him, they could definitely make Ling Xiao disappear from this world silently. Okay, let's go now. Ling Xiao put the herbs into his storage ring, then turned and left the heavenly dragon auction house. A moment after he left, a black shadow followed him closely. Scorpion, remember, protecting Ling Xiao is the first priority. Completing his commission comes second. Understood. Watching Scorpion leave, Yunya couldn't help but sigh softly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, are you really just a 16-year-old boy? Even I have to admit defeat at your hands. I really pity Fengming Wanchong. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, he's going to lose his life on the way. Scorpion's strength wasn't enough to kill Fengming Wanchong, but with the addition of the crafty Ling Xiao, it might not be the case. The rain was pouring down. On the muddy road, a few carriages were moving forward with difficulty. The drivers were wrapped in thick raincoats, and they would burst out with irritated curses from time to time. The carriages creaked as if they would fall apart at any time. Fengming Wanchong was walking at the front of the group, and the rain couldn't get within 1 foot of him. His feet were always 1 foot away from the ground, floating in midair. There wasn't even a speck of dirt on him. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy and an expert of the Ice Phoenix clan, he was used to living like a prince. Usually, there would be people waiting on him, and the only thing he needed to do was cultivate. But now, the bad weather, the bad road, all made him feel bad. Damn Qingshu College. Damn Ling Xiao. You little bastard. When I go back, I won't let you off easily. Fengming Wanchong cursed angrily, and his mood became even more irritated. In their group, 5 people had storage rings, and each of them had a portion of medicinal herbs. But unfortunately, there were too many medicinal herbs. These 5 storage rings were only immortal-grade artifacts, and the things they could hold were limited. There was no way they could hold so many medicinal herbs. That was why there were so many medicinal herbs in the dozen carriages. The carriages continued to move forward. Fengming Wanchong closed his eyes, trying to calm his anger through cultivation. However, just as he relaxed his vigilance, a loud roar suddenly came from the carriages behind him, followed by the screams of the martial artists escorting the carriages. He jerked his head back to look. It was a man in black. A man in black wrapped himself from head to toe like a dumpling. Obviously, the other party didn't intend to let him know his identity. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be a professional assassin. Chapter 10:12. This place was already very close to the Imperial City. Phoenix Cry Wanchong did not expect to encounter an assassination attempt here. By the time he reacted, only he and the two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left in good condition. The rest were either injured or dead. The other party acted very quickly and did not deliberately take their lives. They only crippled those people's combat power, so they saved a lot of time. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Phoenix Academy's convoy? You have to pay the price for harming my Phoenix Academy's people. Phoenix Cry Wanchong felt the other party's powerful aura, so he did not immediately attack. He only questioned angrily. The black-clothed man did not speak nonsense and attacked again. His target was the two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Assassins never spoke nonsense. A person who spoke nonsense could not be an assassin. Bastard! How could Phoenix Cry Wanchong not be angry when he saw this? You two, protect the herbs. I'll kill this guy and go to the Imperial City to get reinforcements. This person was originally an impulsive person. In the face of an assassin's provocation, he would definitely not be able to hold back. After he finished speaking, he rushed out. The assassin revealed a smile under his mask. After successfully luring the enemy, he turned and leaped into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Phoenix Cry Wanchong roared and chased after him. Humph! No matter who you are, you will definitely die if you provoke our vice president. The two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were a little angry, but at the same time, they were very glad. Being able to escort the herbs with Phoenix Cry Wanchong, the two of them would not be killed. Otherwise, with the assassin's strength, it would be very easy to kill them. However, before they could finish rejoicing, they suddenly saw a person quickly approaching. Could it be that the black-clothed man had returned? No, it's him. It's that ghost mask. Ling Xiao, who was wearing a ghost mask, came close. He then gently lifted the mask and smiled at the two people. Thank you for your hard work. I will take these herbs. Ling Xiao's storage ring wasn't particularly large, so it couldn't store so many things. However, his mountain river world wasn't a problem at all. Purely in terms of space, his mountain river world had unlimited space. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the herbs rushed into the mountain river world. It's Ling Xiao from Qingshu College. This brat is courting death. Kill him. When the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts saw this, they didn't think too much about it. After all, the herbs they were guarding were about to be taken away. How could they have the leisure to think about anything else? The two of them attacked Ling Xiao from the left and right, using their respective void arts to attack him. However, in the face of their attacks, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see them at all and continued to collect those medicinal herbs at a leisurely pace. In midair, the two of them suddenly had a very bad feeling, but he couldn't tell why. Die! Amidst the chaos, the two of them did not stop attacking. They continued to attack Ling Xiao together. Damn it, it's you. A smile suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Two rainbow-colored beams of light shot through the heads of the two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In order to save trouble, Ling Xiao simply acted as bait and let the butterfly lady launch a sneak attack. Naturally, it was twice the result with half the effort. When the two corpses fell to the ground, Ling Xiao ejected a crimson sun all from his hand and pierced through the two corpses. The two corpses quickly burned. A moment later, only two storage rings were left on the ground. There was nothing else in the storage rings. They were all medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao naturally took them all. These medicinal herbs were relatively cheap. The advantage was that there were enough of them. In the future, when he used them to make Spirit Pill of Heaven Reversal, he wouldn't have to look for them everywhere. Next, it's time for Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Looking at the battle in the distance, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Bang! In the Phoenix Academy, a person covered in blood fell from midair. It attracted countless people to watch. Oh my god! It's the vice president of Phoenix Cry Wanchong? How did this happen? How did he get injured like this? Phoenix Cry Wanchong was sent to the treatment room, and the pharmacist started the emergency treatment. Phoenix Cry Wanchong, who was awakened by the pain, grabbed Sikong Zun. who was standing beside him, and shouted in an extremely weak voice, "Damn it! All the medicinal herbs are destroyed. I'm also seriously injured and almost lost my life." "Do you know who did it?" Sikong Zun asked in shock. If it was a martial artist in the Grotto Heaven realm who was ambushed halfway, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, a Yin-Yang realm expert was in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but be surprised. It must be Qingshu College. It must be those bastards. Phoenix Cry Wanchong didn't have any evidence, so he could only shout hysterically. Sikong Zun sighed. He also knew that Qingshu College must have done all this. Even Qingshu College had killed Sun Shang. However, there was no evidence. Everything was fabricated. More importantly, they didn't have the strength to crush Qingshu College. This was the most important thing. "Brother Wanchong, you should rest and recover first. Leave the rest to me and the dean." Sikong Zun patted Phoenix Cry Wanchong's shoulder lightly and walked out of the treatment room. According to the pharmacists, Phoenix Cry Wanchong was severely injured this time. It would take at least a year for him to recover. This meant that the opponent was very strong. At the very least, they were as strong as Phoenix Cry Wanchong. After experiencing Sun Shang's death, Phoenix Cry Wanchong's injuries, and the theft of his medicinal herbs, Sikong Zun started to feel fear. Who could be so strong? Could it be outside help that Qingshu College found? He didn't know. However, after experiencing all this, the Phoenix Academy had suffered a heavy blow. Could it be that they had no choice but to cooperate with the Righteous Alliance? Sikong Zun sighed. Although the pill market wasn't the Phoenix Academy's only source of income, losing the pill market meant that the Phoenix Academy's biggest source of income was cut off. Moreover, they had lost 1 billion low-grade spirit stones this time. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Phoenix Academy. Sitting alone in the conference room, Sikong Zun started to regret listening to Sun Shang's words and using that nonsensical pill war tactic. Although they had achieved good results in the beginning, they had now forced themselves into a dead end. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to save the Phoenix Academy, he could only seek help from the God Emperor and the Righteous Alliance. Thinking of this, he stood up and disappeared from the meeting hall in a flash. Ling Xiao had already returned to Qingshu College. He used the 5 sets of medicinal herbs to refine 4 heaven-breaking pills. Although the success rate was less than 100%, it was still very high. He kept 3 of them for himself. The butterfly lady didn't need these pills. As long as she continued to grow, her strength would soar, and she would be even faster than Ling Xiao. However, he and the people around him would definitely need them. As for the remaining pill, he naturally went to the auction house. Chapter 10:13. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the assassins from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House was also very satisfied with his sky-breaking pill. It was a win-win situation. While walking on the streets, he noticed a strange phenomenon. There were very few disciples from the Phoenix Academy. Even when walking on the streets, they were trembling with fear. They would hide from him or the disciples from Qingshu College. Their usual arrogance was completely gone. The matter was not over yet. The Phoenix Academy was still putting up a final resistance. The Emperor ordered them to investigate the murderer of Sun Shang and Fengming Wanchong. They even went to Qingshu College to investigate. However, after 7 days of investigation, they did not find anything. It would be strange if they found anything. After all, no one would have expected that the one who seriously injured Sun Shang and Fengming Wanchong was Ling Xiao. Although the people from Phoenix Academy hated Ling Xiao, they could not link him to the murderer. As for the other people from Phoenix Academy, they did not know about this at all. Ling Xiao did not have time to tell them. After the investigation, the Emperor was in trouble. The Fire Phoenix tribe brought up the impeachment case. They claimed that the Emperor believed the Phoenix Academy's one-sided accusation without any evidence. This caused serious damage to Qingshu College's reputation. Although it sounded easy, it was a very serious problem for the Emperor, who was about to step down. There were many discussions on the streets. The Ice Phoenix tribe's popularity reached a freezing point. If this continued, the Fiery Phoenix tribe would definitely win the election next year. In order to appease the anger of the Fire Phoenix tribe and solve this problem, The emperor had no choice but to apologize to the Clear Void Academy in front of everyone in the imperial city. He also ordered the Divine Phoenix Academy to compensate the Clear Void Academy with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Fire Phoenix tribe did not continue to pursue the matter. They knew that if they continued to pursue the matter after the emperor apologized, they would only waste the points they had accumulated. The situation was just right. Qingshu College had forced a monarch to apologize. This kind of glory was probably unparalleled in the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, even though the emperor had apologized, it still caused dissatisfaction among many people. The magnanimity of the Fiery Phoenix tribe won many favorable impressions. Deep in the palace, the emperor even threw an inkstone at the Grand Tutor's face and scolded, "From now on, the Phoenix Academy's mess should be cleaned up by yourselves. Don't come looking for me. You're all a bunch of trash. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at ruining things." The Righteous Alliance could see where the wind was blowing, and upon discovering this situation, it was unwilling to get involved in this rotten matter. Without the support of the Sovereign Emperor and the Righteous Alliance, the Phoenix Academy was finally forced to withdraw from the pill market. In the end, they were forced to sell the market to Qingshu College and the Celestial Dragon Auction House at a low price. The higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy were so angry that they almost vomited blood. She was determined to take revenge on Qingshu College in other ways. But now, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Thus, the pill war that had lasted nearly 2 months ended with Qingshu College's complete victory. From losing so much that they were on the verge of bankruptcy to winning so much in the end, it was all because Ling Xiao had come out of seclusion. Now, almost everyone knew that Ling Xiao had a pill refinement expert who surpassed Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands behind him. Naturally, the Ice Phoenix tribe also wanted to win over Ling Xiao instead of targeting him. Even Emperor Divine Phoenix, who had always been high and mighty, knew of Ling Xiao's great name. Ling Xiao didn't feel much about this. In fact, after severely injuring Phoenix Cry Wanchong, he had gone into seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. No matter how famous he was or how much of a ruckus he caused, he was well aware of his own situation. His cultivation was too low, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. On this day, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion once more. The most discussed topic in the outside world was no longer the battle between Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College, but something else. It was said that the Black Crow Empire had provoked another war at the border, and the Divine Phoenix Emperor was going to select several young disciples from the 2 academies to assist in the war and train them at the same time. Only on the battlefield could a true martial artist be honed. Martial artists who only knew how to cultivate were ultimately far behind others in terms of combat power. Many young people were rubbing their hands and preparing to show off their skills. After all, if they had military merits, not only would they be able to obtain a high position, but they would also be able to obtain better martial arts, resources, and Dharma treasures. Why were they called the 10 Great Phoenixes? It was because they had withstood the test of the battlefield. They were all people who had military merits, so they were the focus of the empire's cultivation. Of course, in addition to those rewards, many people also hoped to attract the attention of the 5 Immortals Island. If they could successfully join the 5 Immortals Island, it would be an excellent opportunity for these young people to make a great leap. Just like the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent in the past who joined the 12 sects, not only would they bring honor to their families, but they would also have a better future. Along the way, anyone who saw Ling Xiao would either make way for him or respectfully bow to him. Although Ling Xiao looked a little slovenly because of his close to a month of seclusion, no one dared to laugh at him. This was the dignity that came with strength. If you were a good-for-nothing, it would be useless even if you wore gold and silver. Others would only treat you as a good-for-nothing. However, if you were a powerhouse, no one would dare to look down on you even if you wore tattered clothes and looked ugly. Countless beauties would even throw themselves at you. This world was so realistic, so simple and direct. If you had strength, you would be respected. If you did not have strength, you would only be bullied. Below the Heaven Essence Pagoda, there was a very luxurious palanquin. The people carrying the palanquin were all Celestial Realm martial artists. Standing beside the palanquin was none other than the Fire Phoenix tribe's crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Seeing this person, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Even if he was famous enough, compared to this crown prince, there was still a big gap. Why would he be waiting for him here? Brother Ling, I have been waiting here for a long time. He also changed the way he addressed himself from this crown prince to this crown prince. Unknowingly, he lowered himself and raised Ling Xiao. Your Royal Highness is waiting for me here? Hee, could there be a mistake? I am just a small disciple of Qingshu College. How would I dare to trouble you? Perhaps it was because of what happened on the Sky Dragon continent, but Ling Xiao was not very friendly to these imperial disciples. Brother Ling, you must be joking. You can refine yellow-grade pills, and your alchemist level is not lower than Sun Shang's. Of course, you are qualified. Feng Yinshan was not angry and kept smiling. All right, there is no need for these pleasantries. Your Royal Highness, are you looking for me for something? Although Ling Xiao did not like the imperial disciples, there was no need to offend them. He wanted to know why the crown prince was looking for him. Chapter 10:14. That's right. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, I'm here on the orders of the Emperor to invite Brother Ling to the Imperial Palace. The Emperor invited me? But I don't seem to know him? Ling Xiao frowned. The Imperial Palace was not a good place to go. As the saying went, accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. It would be very troublesome if others wanted to find fault with him. When he was in the Holy City, he was fearless with the Moon Maiden by his side. But now, he was really a little hesitant. The Emperor was from the Ice Phoenix clan, and the Ice Phoenix clan was obviously the power behind the Phoenix Academy. Who could guarantee that this was not a trap? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Yinshan was a little embarrassed. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor wanted to invite a person? Did he have to know that person? This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. He did not even give face to the Emperor? Seeing that Feng Yinshan did not speak, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and asked, If I don't go, what will the Emperor do? Feng Yinshan was about to answer, but Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Forget it, you don't have to answer. Anyway, you don't dare to speak the truth. How about this? I'm in a sorry state. How about I go back to the academy to change my clothes and wash up? Otherwise, people will say that I'm disrespectful to the Emperor. That wouldn't be good. It's fine. The banquet will start tonight. I'll personally go to Qingshu College to welcome you. Feng Yinshan smiled. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Feng Yinshan was so polite to him. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He ran back to Qingshu College as if he was running for his life. Actually, changing clothes was fake. Discussing this matter with Feng Qingyan was real. Now that the Moon Maiden was not by his side, he could only rely on Feng Qingyan. He had to hug this thigh. After returning to the academy, Ling Xiao told Feng Qingyan about this matter in detail. Feng Qingyan also had the same worries and expressed his willingness to go to the banquet with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. With Feng Qingyan around, even if he wanted to escape, it would be easier. Anyway, if he didn't bring Feng Qingyan along, he wouldn't go. One must always be on guard against others. At night, Feng Yinshan really came to welcome them personally. When he saw that Feng Qingyan wanted to follow, he didn't say anything. Your Highness, do you know why the Emperor wants to see me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Well, to be honest, I'm not sure either, but it's very likely to be related to three things. In the Palanquin, Feng Yinshan speculated, first, the two great academies are heading to the border to participate in the battle trial. You will probably be going, so the Emperor will probably express some encouragement. I've already investigated, and you are not the only one attending tonight's banquet. Aside from you, there are also young disciples from the Phoenix Academy and the Imperial family. Secondly, the expert behind you, let alone the Celestial Emperor. Even Little Wong wanted to befriend him. This was probably one of the reasons. Third, there are many young women in the Ice Phoenix clan, and many of them are unmarried. I suspect that they may want to marry you. Damn, why do people from the Imperial family like to use this method to rope people in? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the past, when he was on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Saint Emperor had also done this. He wanted to control him by marrying Hai Myung Ko to him. Now, He was encountering such a thing again. He felt a little disgusted. Feng Yinshan smiled awkwardly and didn't comment on this. This was because he had also thought of choosing an outstanding woman from the Fire Phoenix clan to marry Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything yet. Otherwise, it would have been a little ugly today. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was very disgusted by this kind of thing. This doesn't seem to be the direction of the Imperial Palace. When the palanquin was halfway there, Ling Xiao keenly noticed that this direction was even further away from the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't help but ask, "That's right, we're not going to the Imperial Palace, but to Ling Yu's courtyard." Feng Yinshan nodded and said, "Perhaps Brother Ling doesn't know, but Ling Yu Courtyard is a rare leisure spot in the Imperial City. It's a summer retreat for members of the Imperial family. If you stay in the Imperial City for a while, you'll know about this place." Ling Yu's courtyard? I've actually heard people mention it before. It's said that the food and wine there are the most expensive in the Imperial City, and the orchestral music there is the most beautiful in the Imperial City, even better than the musicians of the palace? Ling Xiao curiously asked. Precisely. Ling Yu's courtyard was built for Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. In the past, it was their residence, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Feng Yinshan sighed. Later on, when the two of them left the Divine Phoenix continent, the Righteous Alliance transformed this place into a leisure spot for the members of the Imperial family. Although the price has gone up, it feels like the style has gone down. This lowly king has been there a few times, and the food and wine are truly worthy of their reputation. It's just that the competition is too severe. As he spoke, Feng Yinshan stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to determine from Ling Xiao's reaction whether or not Ling Xiao knew of the matter between Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. But he was disappointed. Although Ling Xiao had heard of these two people and suspected that he might be their son, he had only thought about it and wasn't sure. The palanquin quickly arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard. But after entering, they all got out of the palanquins. One could see that there were many extremely luxurious palanquins at the entrance. Some of them were worth tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even the cheapest was worth several $100,000. One could see that the people inside were truly wealthy and influential guests. According to the rules of Ling Yu's courtyard, carriages and palanquins are not allowed to enter. We can only walk. Feng Yinshan explained. It's fine. Ling Xiao wasn't some rich young master. He had suffered hardships growing up, let alone walking. Even walking backwards wouldn't be a big deal. Inside the courtyard, there were truly beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was a completely different world. It felt like the space inside the courtyard was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Even the mountains and rivers could be accommodated. It was truly rather special. The air was suffused with the fragrance of water vapor and flowers, making one feel refreshed and energized. It truly is a good place. If I lived here for a long time, I might never get sick. Ling Xiao sighed and began to carefully examine the structure of the courtyard. Perhaps because he was proficient in formations, he was able to immediately notice that the layout of this courtyard was very special. This was the vast return formation of green mountains and clear water. This kind of formation was more inclined towards feng shui. It could condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the righteous energy. If one lived here for a long time, not only would they feel comfortable, but they would also be able to feel the righteous energy between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the deeper he went, the tighter his brows furrowed. This formation seemed to have been destroyed by someone. The green mountains and clear waters were preserved, but the righteous energy was not as strong as before. There were some decadent sounds mixed in the air, which made one feel uncomfortable. Chapter 10:15. What expert or noble? They're just a bunch of vulgar people. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction of that decadent voice. The aura of the vulgar world was gathering in the air, making this peaceful place seem noisy and uneasy. The three of them walked for a long time before a massive pavilion appeared in front of them. They were surrounded by a green lake and beautiful lotus flowers, with fish swimming in the water. A few people were seated on the pavilion, drinking and chatting merrily. It's over there. This lowly king should return. Uncle Qingyan, protect Brother Ling. If this really is a feast at treacherous gate, you must escort him back safely. Feng Yinshan suddenly stopped and said, if there's no other way, just send the signal. I'll bring soldiers over. Ling Xiao was truly rather surprised. Feng Yinshan had gone to such lengths to win him over. He felt rather embarrassed. Your Highness, be at ease. With me here, no one will be able to harm a single hair on Ling Xiao's head, unless they step over my corpse. Feng Qingyan nodded and said, Uncle Qingyan, there's no need to be so nervous. Even if this is a feast at treacherous gate, the Emperor wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation. We've already impeached him for investigating the Qingshu College incident. That matter just passed, and if he causes another scandal, he'll immediately be forced to step down. Feng Yinshan smiled and said, Brother Ling, this lowly king bids farewell. Clasping his hands, Feng Yinshan turned and left. Your Highness, take care. After bidding farewell to Feng Yinshan, Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyan to the pavilion. The closer he got, the more he felt that this pavilion was far too vulgar. It simply didn't fit in with the surroundings. This pavilion originally didn't exist here, only a vast lake and plants. It truly was a good place, but when the Righteous Alliance built this pavilion, it ruined the feng shui. Perhaps because he could see Ling Xiao's disgust, Feng Qingyan explained. From this, it can be seen that the Righteous Alliance really isn't anything good. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had never interacted with the Righteous Alliance before, but from Yun Ye's words and what he had seen today, he was almost completely certain. No matter how powerful the Righteous Alliance was, it was still just a bunch of ordinary people. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard coming from the pavilion. It seemed to be a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan walked to the bottom of the pavilion, but they were stopped by the imperial guards who were guarding there. Tell me your name. Ling Xiao. Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao can go up, but Feng Qingyan can't. You're not invited. The imperial guard shook his head. What if I insist that he go up with me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He wasn't stupid. If this was really a feast at Hongmin, he would be courting death if he went alone. You could say that he was a coward. It was fine to say that he was cautious. In short, he only had one life, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. This is the rule. No one can violate it. The Imperial Guard said, All right then, Vice Principal Qingyan, let's go back. The Celestial Emperor doesn't welcome me. Ling Xiao didn't intend to barge in. The Celestial Emperor had his own rules, and he didn't want to break them. However, he had his own rules as well. He was a guest, not a prisoner. At most, he wouldn't participate in this banquet. What happened? Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan were about to leave, a voice came from the pavilion. Then, there were footsteps coming down the stairs. Soon, a young man wearing a gold-threaded crown and gorgeous clothes appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This person was very fair and clean, and he was dressed very fancily. If one didn't look carefully, they might have mistaken him for a girl. The corners of his mouth and the tips of his eyebrows were always filled with arrogance and pride, as if everyone in front of him was inferior to him. Young Master Jia, this person insisted on bringing an unrelated person up. We stopped him, and he wanted to leave. The Imperial Guard looked respectfully at the young man and clasped his hands. How dare you? The Celestial Emperor has invited you. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Young Master Jia looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, go up obediently, and I'll reward you with a cup of wine. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the punishment of the Bright Mirror Bureau. There was a strong sense of command and threat in this person's tone. It was as if whatever he said, others had to listen. If they didn't listen, then it was impossible. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he continued to walk outside with Feng Qingyan. So what if he offended the Celestial Emperor? It wasn't like he hadn't offended him before. If he could make the Phoenix Academy complain incessantly, he could make the Celestial Emperor step down. The other party had better not offend him. Bastard! Stop right there. Young Master Jia was anxious. He didn't expect these two people to not give him face. Even if the Celestial Emperor saw him, he would have to give him some face. Even if the Celestial Emperor was the Crown Prince, he would still be on equal footing. These two people dared to ignore him? He had never seen such an arrogant fool before. Uncle Qingyan, have you seen that idiot before? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he walked. I haven't seen him before. He's probably a stupid dog that no family has taken good care of. In the Imperial City, he really thinks he's so great. Even the Celestial Emperor wouldn't dare to act like this. Feng Qingyan shook his head and said with a smile, Bastard! Young Master Jiao was really angry. His face darkened. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point. He then condensed a sword move and stabbed at Ling Xiao from behind. The sword chi tore through the air, producing a strange whistling sound. Those who have attacked me are basically all dead. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and revealed a sinister smile. An overwhelming killing intent rushed toward young Master Jia. This terrifying killing intent could destroy and kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Jia actually stopped midway. He was actually intimidated by this killing intent. No, impossible. How could I, young Master Jia, be intimidated by a mere killing intent? Impossible. The young man's anger exploded again. The cold light on his sword became even more intense. You're courting death. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a pocket-sized crimson sun all pierced through the air. Immediately, sword light shot out in all directions. It was incomparably fierce. Boom! The entire long corridor shook a few times. The nearby water surface was blasted up to a height of 10 feet. Young Master Jia only felt an extremely terrifying force coming from the sword. His body involuntarily retreated. Pa! Then, he directly hit the stairs and fell into the water. Young Master Jia, who had finally stopped, was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a drenched chicken. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura returned to normal. It was as if he had never made a move. Feng Qingyan, who was at the side, was also shocked. He could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased again. Moreover, in terms of control of heavenly origin energy, he was probably even more exquisite than the 10 great phoenixes. He could release and retract as he wished. It was simply a smooth operation that had reached perfection. Chapter 1016. Young Master Jia, right? When you walk on the street in the future, you'd better pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to leave again. Young Master Jia, who was picked out of the water, was extremely angry. The young man in front of him seemed to be younger than him, but he actually dared to teach him a lesson. His father had never beaten him like this since he was young. This person actually dared to hit him? He couldn't take this lying down. I'll kill you. Young Master Jia's anger had already gone to his head. He didn't care about anything else. He flew into a rage and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Letting you live is because I don't want to dirty my hands. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao was already annoyed by his pestering. If it was any other time, he would have already killed him. However, the Emperor and the others were in the pavilion today, so he couldn't give others an excuse to find trouble with him. However, if the other party kept provoking him, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. A cold sword intent was released. Ling Xiao really wanted to kill. Wait a moment. This is a quiet place. It's better not to act rashly. A voice rang out, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword intent and looked at the person indifferently. So it's the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Phoenix Cry Wushan, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's rare that Brother Ling still remembers me. Phoenix Cry Wushan also smiled, then looked at young Master Jia and said, Young Master Jia, give me some face today and don't argue. After all, it's not good for your righteous alliance. Humph, if it weren't for you, I would definitely kill him today. Young Master Jia snorted coldly and jumped up the pavilion. Phoenix Cry Wushan looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, please come to the banquet. Naturally, Vice Principal Qingyan can also come along. In that case, Vice Principal, let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He also didn't want to fall out with the Emperor, but he definitely had to bring Feng Qingyan, his bodyguard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time at the Hongmin banquet. All right, Feng Qingyan nodded. Together with Ling Xiao, he followed Feng Mingwu Mountain's guidance and went up to the pavilion. This pavilion was very big, and there were some tables and chairs carved from white jade on display. They were clean and tidy, and they looked noble and luxurious. The patterns engraved on it were all the handiwork of a master sculptor. Among the common folk, white jade was an extremely precious gem. However, here, it could be carved into a table and chair and placed casually. Perhaps this was the privilege of warriors, the privilege of nobles. In the middle of the pavilion, there was a woman holding a pipa. She was playing a moving piece of string music. Beside her, there was a sexy and beautiful woman dancing for her. It was clear that these women had been carefully selected. Not only were their heights exactly the same, even their appearances were top-notch. They were very attentive when they played and danced. Every frown and smile seemed to be able to hook one's soul. This wasn't an illusion of Ling Zhao's. It really existed. These women all hoped to be able to catch the eye of the people present. After all, those who had the qualifications to enter Ling Yu's courtyard were all extremely wealthy and respectable. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan did not alarm many people. There were many young talents sitting in the pavilion, but they seemed to be disdainful of Ling Xiao. Their eyes were all on the beautiful woman dancing gracefully. Only the monarch smiled slightly at Ling Xiao, which could be considered as a signal. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's contempt. Status was not obtained by pretending, but by strength. Even though these people looked down on him in every possible way, their strength was inferior to his. When he went out, others would only respect him. Ling Xiao, more. There were more than 20 young talents present. Ling Xiao did not know most of them, but there were a few who looked familiar. For example, Feng Mingwushan was one of them. Young Master Jia, who had a conflict with him just now, was also one of them. Another one was Yin Peng from the Great Rock Clan, who had a grudge with him in the Divine Phoenix auction house. Then there were the two siblings, Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, whose cultivation had been destroyed by him but later recovered. Feng Yinran was also present. Among his acquaintances, she was probably the only one who had the best relationship with him. These people were either descendants of aristocrats or the young masters of large sections. Anyway, all of them had prominent statuses. In comparison, Ling Xiao appeared very shabby. But in terms of strength, Ling Xiao believed that no one present was his match. Now in the entire imperial city, other than the 10 great phoenixes and a few other geniuses, Ling Xiao really did not think that there was anyone who was stronger than him. It seemed that this was not some Hongmin banquet. Otherwise, other than the monarch, if no one present was his match, then what was the point? After observing the people present, Ling Xiao prepared to find a place to sit. But he realized that there was no empty seat in the pavilion. That young Master Jia had occupied 3 seats by himself. He actually reclined there and then looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. At this time, the rest of the people also looked at Ling Xiao. Most of them let out cold laughter, as if being able to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was something worth being happy about. Ling Xiao, Uncle Qingyan, sit with me. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn and leave, Feng Yinran stood up and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, a black color suddenly appeared between young Master Jia's brows, as if he was angry again. The two of you should sit with me. Yinran is a princess and a girl. It's not appropriate for you to sit with her. Young Master Jia said. He seemed to be suppressing his anger. After all, in front of the monarch, he did not dare to act recklessly. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him at all. He and Feng Qingyan walked to Feng Yinran's side and sat down. Bastard! How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? Young Master Jia was immediately furious. His murderous aura once again filled the air and pressed towards Ling Xiao. In front of the monarch, he actually dared to act like this. It meant that he was used to being arrogant. When everyone saw this scene, they were all surprised. This young Master Jia's temper was not very good. No one present was willing to offend him. This Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore this young Master Jia. He was really bold. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Ling Xiao was really an arrogant and daring person. Jia Yun, let's talk about it later. Today is the monarch's banquet. Don't be rude. At this time, the voice of Feng Mingwu Shan rang out again. Although it was light, it was very useful. It seemed that this young Master Jia Yun was somewhat afraid of Phoenix Cry Wu Shan. Otherwise, with his character, it was impossible for him to be so obedient. When Jia Yun heard this, he glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, but in the end, he did not flare up. Long live his majesty! After Ling Xiao sat down, he cupped his hands towards the monarch and said. When he came in, he realized that this monarch was more majestic than he had imagined. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win the position of monarch in the previous competition. Chapter 10:17. In Ling Zhao's opinion, the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch was a very powerful figure. He was probably even more powerful than Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch could only be re-elected once, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan probably wouldn't have anything to do with him for a total of 8 years. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that this emperor was a scheming person. On the surface, he looked like a gentle and kind uncle. However, no one knew what this uncle was thinking in his heart. I'm sure all of you already know that this is Ling Xiao, the genius who defeated the Blood Skull in a public duel. The monarch pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him simply with a smile. Although most of the people present knew Ling Xiao's identity, there were still some who didn't. Some people were so engrossed in their cultivation that they didn't know anything about what was going on outside. For example, Ning Ku, who Ling Xiao had met before, had been in seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. He didn't know how powerful he was and insisted on finding trouble with him. In the end, he was taught a lesson. Originally, these people didn't care much about Ling Xiao. However, when they heard this, they were slightly surprised. Although being able to defeat the Blood Skull wasn't a big deal, it was still something to be proud of. No wonder the monarch invited him to the border trial this time. In the end, he's just a lowly human. Some people just didn't pay attention to the situation. The one who spoke was none other than Yin Peng. That day at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Ling Xiao made Yin Peng lose face. Later, Yin Peng sent a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist to kill Ling Xiao. However, that Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist died in the end. This caused Yin Peng to be punished by his family. Until today, his butt still hurt. He had completely placed this debt on Ling Xiao's head and hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Although he was afraid of Ling Xiao, what was this place? He was not afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's right. He only defeated the Blood Skeleton, ranked 20th in the Phoenix Academy. There's really nothing to brag about. Since he's so arrogant and despotic, it's obvious that he's not a good person. Jia Yun took the opportunity to mutter. The Blood Skull was indeed nothing in his eyes. Hee, the Emperor has already made his judgment on how we defeated the Blood Skull. Could it be that the two of you think you're wiser than the Emperor? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His words made Yin Peng and Jia Yun's faces turn ugly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm not trying to deny your words. Yin Peng hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground to apologize to the Emperor. On the other hand, Jia Yun's character was arrogant to the extreme. Moreover, he was also extremely stupid. He did not apologize to the Celestial Emperor. Instead, he said indifferently, the Celestial Emperor is a magnanimous person. Why would you care about such trivial matters? Moreover, what I said was not wrong. Putting aside whether the Emperor was magnanimous or not, with your idiotic attitude, sooner or later, you'll die without knowing why. Ling Xiao shook his head inwardly. This Jia Yun had really been spoiled by his elders. They had spoiled him to the point that he became an idiot. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Jia Yun has always been a straightforward person. The Emperor laughed, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Brother Ling probably doesn't know much about the people here. Let me introduce them to you. This young Master Jia Yun is one of the young lords of the Righteous Alliance. I'm sure Brother Ling already knows that. This Lingyu courtyard is now the property of the Righteous Alliance. Feng Mingwushan was a person who knew how to read people's expressions. In order to dissolve the awkward atmosphere, he began to introduce the young talents present to Ling Xiao. Of course, the main point was still Jia Yun. Yin Peng was a member of the Great Peng race. Ling Xiao knew this. Feng Yinran was a princess of the Fire Phoenix race. Ling Xiao also knew this. Feng Mingbo and Feng Mingyu were members of the Ice Phoenix race. Their father was currently the Nine Gates Inspector of the Phoenix Army and was responsible for the security of the Imperial City. The other young talents all came from illustrious families, but they all seemed to have one thing in common. Besides young Master Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the rest were all nobles of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for young Master Jia Yun, his status was perhaps even higher than these nobles. In this way, Ling Xiao was truly a bit of an oddity. Oddities would always be ostracized. In the eyes of these high and mighty people, Ling Xiao was incompatible with them. Thus, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was not worthy of appearing in such a place. But the emperor treated Ling Xiao with respect. Feng Yinran and Ling Xiao were even closer. Feng Qingyan, the imperial uncle of the Fire Phoenix race, was actually willing to be Ling Xiao's bodyguard. All of this made them go crazy with jealousy, and their displeasure with Ling Xiao only continued to increase. Since the introductions have been made, we will first drink with all of you heroes. Consider this the final drink of this border trial. The emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone hurriedly raised their cups. Words are useless. Everything is in this cup of wine. Cheers. The emperor drained his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank the strong wine. Their throats were somewhat hot, but this heat quickly swept through their bodies, making them feel like they were brave warriors on a campaign. Good. I hope that all of you heroes can unite and make great contributions to the empire. We will wait for you in the imperial city. The emperor excitedly said, Your Majesty, this sort of atmosphere is truly unsuitable for women. It would be better to have a martial arts competition to show off your heroic qualities. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Mingwu Shan suddenly cupped his hands and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. It was indeed a feast at Hongmen. It was not so easy to enjoy this banquet. That's very good. We have heard of the names of all of you heroes, but we have never had the chance to see your martial arts. Since this is an auspicious day, why don't we have a competition? The emperor nodded and said. These two people had clearly discussed it. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated so well. Your Majesty, it is naturally a good thing to have a martial arts competition to liven things up, but there should be some prizes. Otherwise, everyone will lose interest. Jia Yun said with a smile. This person was really used to being casual. In front of the emperor, he had no intention of restraining himself. Of course there is a prize, and everyone should be interested in it. The emperor smiled slightly, and then clapped his hands gently. Piao Shui, you can come up. Feng Mingwu Piao Shui, dressed in white, gracefully stepped on the water waves and arrived. Beautiful. Except for Ling Xiao, the rest of the people in the field could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Even Feng Yanran, who was a woman, was also stunned by this woman's beauty. Ling Xiao certainly knew that Feng Mingyu Piao Shui was very beautiful, but he had seen so many beauties that he did not care so much. In his heart, there was only one woman who he really wanted to marry, and that was the Moon Maiden. He had many female confidants, and there were a few who were more outstanding than Feng Mingwu Piao Shui. Ling Yixue and Hai Miyunkeo were probably not inferior to this woman. Chapter 10:18. Lady Piao Shui is a master of both singing and dancing. Whoever wins today will be able to sing and dance for Lady Piao Shui. What do you think? The emperor stroked his beard and smiled. Sure. Jia Yun was the first to stand up. His breathing had become a little rapid. Just now, he was jealous and angry because Ling Xiao was sitting next to Feng Yanran. Now that a prettier woman had appeared, he had completely forgotten about Feng Yanran. This person really belonged to the playboy category. The rest of the people also agreed. Only Ling Xiao did not express his opinion. He did not want to compete in martial arts and had no interest in Feng Ming and Piao Shui. However, the emperor asked him personally, Ling Xiao, are you willing to do so? Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming and Piao Shui indifferently. The scene outside the Phoenix Academy quickly flashed across his mind. He did not like this woman, or rather, he did not like people who thought they were high and mighty and could order and trample on others at will. Feng Ming and Piao Shui happened to be one of them. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I caught a cold today and am not feeling well. I will not compete in martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. In the end, he still gave the emperor some face and did not say anything too unpleasant. After all, he was now a disciple of Qingshu College. His words and actions could implicate Qingshu College. It was better to be safe. Not feeling well? I think you don't have the guts. Yin Peng sneered disdainfully. Haha, whatever you say, loser. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought that Yin Peng was really ridiculous. Back at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Yin Peng was no match for him. Now that his cultivation and strength had improved greatly, it was even more impossible for Yin Peng to be a match for him. Yet, Yin Peng still dared to be so arrogant. Did he think that the emperor was here, so he was fearless? Ling Xiao's words were said casually, but the impact was not weak. When Yin Peng heard this, he immediately shut his mouth with a gloomy expression. He tried to make people think that Ling Xiao was a coward. However, Ling Xiao's counterattack made Yin Peng look like a coward who used his connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, many people looked at each other and smiled. Today's show was coming one after another. Ling Xiao was so arrogant that he called the great rock race cowards in front of the emperor. Interesting. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao wasn't just saying that. In his heart, he had already determined that Yin Peng was a coward. Furthermore, he was a scumbag coward. Vile people who only know how to use their family background and status to harm others. Of the scum. Shameless. Your Majesty, you heard it, right? How arrogant is this Ling Xiao? He doesn't even put you in his eyes. You asked him to spar, but he refused with an excuse. This is really disrespectful. It was a smart move. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, All right. Although I'm sick, it's not impossible for someone to force me to take action. It's just that I have two presumptuous requests. I hope your Majesty can agree. Speak. Firstly, if I win, I only want material rewards. It's best if it's spirit stones. Forget about Lady Piao Shui's song and dance. I'm not interested in it. Secondly, if we really have to compete, I want to fight with Yin Peng first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao looked at Yin Peng with disdain. You want to force me to take action? I'll fulfill your wish. His words completely offended Feng Ming's Piao Shui. However, he did not care. So be it. He did not have a good impression of this woman in the first place. Ling Xiao, do you know my true identity? Feng Ming's Piao Shui had never suffered such grievances. She took the initiative to offer a song and dance, but someone actually rejected her directly. It was as if he did not care at all. Lady Piao Shui, if my words offended you, I apologize. However, I'm a materialistic person and prefer spirit stones. I'm not that interested in romantic relationships. Ling Xiao smiled and said, As for Lady Piao Shui's true identity, I'm really not that interested. If you don't want to know, I'm going to say it. Feng Ming's Piao Shui shouted sternly. All right, say it. Ling Xiao was really speechless. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? Couldn't he not be interested in her identity? Did he have to listen? Forget it. Let's listen. It's not a big deal anyway. Don't pretend to be uninterested. After hearing my true identity, you'll definitely regret rejecting the emperor's good intentions. Feng Ming's Piao Shui was really going to be angered to death by Ling Xiao. Although she grew up in the Divine Phoenix Continent's Ice Phoenix clan, her identity was much more honorable than the emperor sitting here. It was just that for some reason, she was fostered here. She had always been protected by experts. If it was not for breaking the balance, she would have asked those people to destroy Qingshu College. There would not be a confrontation between Qingshu College and Phoenix Academy. However, if the tiger did not show its might, Ling Xiao would really treat her as a sick cat. Listen carefully. I'm the Saintess candidate of Tranquil Celestial Island, one of the 5 great celestial islands. Feng Ming's Piao Shui stared at Ling Xiao and said word by word, Oh my, how surprising. I didn't expect Lady Piao Shui to be the Saintess of Tranquil Celestial Island. Oh, a candidate. Actually, Ling Xiao was a little surprised by Feng Ming's Piao Shui's identity. After all, Tranquil Celestial Island was a force above the Divine Phoenix Empire and should not be underestimated. However, he was only a little surprised. When he was in the heavenly dragon continent, he even dared to provoke the sage emperor. What was a mere saintess candidate of Changel Celestial Island to him? Although the sacred dynasty had declined, the sage emperor was still the sage emperor. He was the ruler of a country. Although Changel Celestial Island was powerful, the saintess was just a symbol. Moreover, Fengming's Piao Shui was not the saintess. She was just a candidate. How could he care too much? Not to mention, he had communicated with the human king through his soul. His standards were much higher than many people. He would only be more disdainful of Fengming's Piao Shui putting on airs in front of him. Fengming's Piao Shui was so angry that her hands trembled, but she did not know what to say. He just didn't want to curry favor with you. What else could you do? Damn it. Which one of you is willing to teach this arrogant guy a lesson for me? Fengming's Piao Shui was very arrogant. Perhaps she felt that in this small divine phoenix empire, everyone had to curry favor with her. If Ling Xiao was not willing, it would mean that he had completely offended her. Therefore, she wanted to use her own methods to take care of Ling Xiao and vent her anger. Lady Piao Shui, why don't I teach this brat a lesson? The person who spoke was called Kong Yu. He was from the Peacock clan and belonged to the same clan as one of the 10 great phoenixes, Kong He. Ling Xiao glanced at Kong Yu indifferently. This person was much stronger than Yin Peng, but to him, he was not a threat at all. He came here today to drink and eat, not to fight. He was really unwilling to waste his energy. Chapter 10:19. Ling Xiao didn't want to liven things up with martial arts. After all, who would do something that didn't benefit him? So he just waved his hand and said, "Everyone here is an expert, so I won't embarrass myself." "Are you afraid?" Kong Yu asked coldly. Hee, I'm indeed afraid, and I'm so afraid that I'm trembling all over. Ling Xiao continued to eat his wine and dishes in disdain. Competing with an idiot, you'll only anger yourself to death. So he couldn't be bothered to argue with Kong Yu. What's more, the emperor didn't say that he would be rewarded if he won, so he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but frown. They all felt that this Ling Xiao didn't live up to his name. Otherwise, why would he refuse to accept the challenge today? He must be really afraid, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui glanced at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little proud, he felt a little unhappy. It felt as if he had punched cotton, completely unable to exert any strength. Needless to say, it was very awkward. Was this kid really afraid, or was he pretending? Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't want to give up so easily. Yin Peng was a very observant person. Seeing Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's expression, he knew what Phoenix Cry Piao Shui wanted to do. So he chuckled and said, "Ling Xiao, today's martial arts competition was proposed by Brother Wu Shan, and the Emperor agreed. If you refuse, you won't give face to the Emperor and Brother Wu Shan." "Oh, in that case, I wanted to challenge you just now, and you were willing to agree?" Ling Xiao looked at Yin Peng with a smile and asked. Of course, Yin Peng didn't dare to agree to Ling Xiao, because he knew Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that he was no match for him. Peng Yu had also warned him not to overestimate himself and provoke Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to joke with his life. If he fought with Ling Xiao, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at Yin Peng's awkward look, Ling Xiao joked, "What? Yin Peng, are you not giving face to the Emperor and Phoenix Cry Wushan?" His tone was full of mockery. Yin Peng felt even more awkward and didn't dare to utter a word. "If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Are you afraid that others won't know that a scum like you only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong?" Ling Xiao cursed in disdain and continued to eat. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to fight. If he wanted to fight, he would have to let Yin Peng fight first, or give him a generous reward. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. "Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't try to change the topic. Do you dare to accept Kong Yu's challenge?" Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry glared fiercely at Yin Peng, and then had no choice but to personally provoke Ling Xiao. "I'm not a man? Could it be that you are?" He. I didn't know that the Saintess candidate of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was actually a man." Ling Xiao laughed. You You bastard! Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry's face immediately flushed red. How could she be a match for Ling Xiao? There was probably no one here who could compare to Ling Xiao. The saintess candidate is as beautiful as a flower, like a fairy, but her mouth is full of vulgarities. I'm afraid it's not good. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. Cough cough, Ling Xiao, don't bully Lady Fluttering Snow. She's a girl after all, and she's thin-skinned. Just let her be. How about you spar with Kong Yu and make her happy? Just treat it as giving me face. Seeing that the situation was constantly developing in a direction that was beneficial to Ling Xiao, the emperor suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. He had originally thought that if the emperor tried to rope him in, should he help the emperor or Feng Yinshan? After all, the emperor was powerful. If he could make use of him, it would be easier for him to accomplish his goals. But now, it seemed that there was no need to choose. From this moment on, Ling Xiao knew that he was not on the same side as the emperor. In the current situation, the emperor had chosen Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry and not him. This was already very obvious. Hee, since your majesty has said so, how can this humble one disobey? However, I wonder if your majesty can satisfy my 2 requests? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ling Xiao, are you tired of living? How dare you negotiate with the emperor? Yin Peng reprimanded. Shut up. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced on Yin Peng with killing intent and shouted sternly. Plop. Yin Peng squatted on the ground, and the wine and dishes on the table scattered all over the ground. The emperor has always been fair. He won't side with anyone, right? Since he was not prepared to cooperate, Ling Xiao did not need to give the emperor any face. It was fine as long as he did not offend him too much. Forget it. Every time you win, you will get 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, if you can defeat Kong Yu, Yin Peng must accept your challenge. That should be enough, right? The emperor said loudly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Ling Xiao thought to himself, you're still not satisfied? I'm even more dissatisfied. I'm clearly doing well in the academy. I just came out of seclusion and haven't even caught up with my friends, but you called me here. I can't even eat properly and have to compete in martial arts. Who is more aggrieved? Every time I win, I will get 10 million low-grade spirit stones. I won't go on stage if I lose one. Does the emperor think that I, Ling Xiao, am still a beggar in the past? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, wasting so much time. I can earn a lot of low-grade spirit stones by just refining a pill. Brother Ling, it's better not to go too far. Feng Mingwu Shan reminded. Am I going too far? Forcing others to compete. Isn't that even more excessive? Ling Xiao sneered. If you can't afford it, then forget about the competition. Here. The emperor suddenly said loudly, and the anger in his voice was even stronger. Feng Qingyan frowned and looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. The emperor is indeed generous, as expected of the #1 expert of our divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao smiled, then stood up, looked at Yin Peng, and said, Yin Peng, did you hear the emperor's words just now? If I win against Kong Yu, you must accept my challenge. Fine, I'll accept it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yin Peng suddenly became brave. But was he really brave? Of course not. He just thought that Kong Yu would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Kong Yu was at the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven, so how could Ling Xiao defeat him? Unfortunately, Yin Peng had been cultivating at home recently, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao had killed Shiman Bummy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. His impression of Ling Xiao was still the scene of Ling Xiao defeating Bloodskull in the square that day. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation should only be at the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven. There was no advantage at all in the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven against the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven. Moreover, although Kong Yu was not as good as Kong He, he was still a genius, and was stronger than ordinary early stage 8 Desolate Heaven martial artists. It was because of this that Yin Peng dared to accept Ling Xiao's challenge. In any case, Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated by Kong Yu, and if he didn't die, he would be injured. So what was he afraid of? Chapter 1020. Among the crowd, Only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran were concerned and worried about Ling Xiao. As for the others, most of them were envious of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao made a fool of himself here and was completely defeated, they would be happy to watch the show. Moreover, if Feng Ming and Piao Shui hated him, then they hated him. Even if there was no reason, they had to hate him. So what if Ling Xiao defeated the Blood Skull? The Blood Skull was not even worth mentioning in front of Kongyu. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's gazes. He naturally knew that there were people who wanted to watch a good show, but he did not want to let them have their way. Kongyu, right? Since you want to make a fool of yourself, then I will have to make a move. He slowly stood up, looked at Kongyu with a smile, and then said, "The one who will make a fool of himself will be you." Kongyu said coldly, "Is that so? Where do you want to fight me?" Ling Xiao did not want to waste time and directly asked, "Since it is a martial arts competition, then we need to choose a spacious place. This place is too narrow. Why don't we fight on the lake? We are not allowed to ride boats. Let's fight on the waves. How about it?" Kongyu asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking. But just as he agreed, he noticed that the crowd was somewhat mocking and gloating. He was a little confused, so he looked at Feng Yanran. Feng Yanran transmitted her voice, "You are too reckless. Don't forget that this is Ling Yu's courtyard, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. You offended that Jia Yun, so would he not help Kongyu? Be careful of the things in the water. Hee, they better not mess around. Otherwise, I don't know when I will go crazy." Miracle Hand Celestial Exalted Sunshang is the best example. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. If it was a fair fight, he would not hurt his opponent. He only needed to win. But if his opponent tried to play tricks and set him up, then he would be sorry. If he did not use some extreme methods, would he still be Ling Xiao? "Brother Ling, please." Kongyu gestured for them to go ahead. Ling Xiao glanced at him indifferently and then leaped onto the surface of the lake. He stepped on the ripples as if he was walking on flat ground. Good movement technique. This move of his made the crowd exclaim in admiration. However, these people didn't know that this was just Ling Xiao's basic skills. He hadn't even used his movement skills yet. Otherwise, these people's eyes would probably fall out. "That's all you've got." Kongyu sneered and then leaped up. A pair of wings grew out of his back. It was the peacock feather. He was from the peacock race, a birdman. It was normal for him to have wings. In order to show off his movement skills, Kongyu even purposely performed a few drunken spear moves in the air, causing Feng Ming and Piao Shui to be all smiles. That's a really good movement skill. Ling Xiao's movement skill is just the most basic form of walking on water. Even a transcendent realm cultivator can do that. Soon, everyone began to despise Ling Xiao's movement skill and praised Kongyu's movement skill. This is normal. Kongyu is from the peacock race. Ling Xiao, that idiot, is just a lowly human who can't even fly. He actually dares to fight Kongyu on the water. What an idiot. Jia Yun sneered and said, "I bet that Kongyu will win this battle in 10 moves. Who dares to bet with me?" Young Master Jia is too cunning. Everyone can see that Kongyu is strong. You are in an invincible position. How can we bet? Yen Peng smiled flatteringly. "I'll bet with you." The slap in the face came too quickly. Before Yin Peng finished speaking, Feng Yanran had already spoken. "Oh, does Miss Yanran want to bet with me? What kind of bet?" "Naturally, I bet that Ling Xiao will win in less than 3 moves. If I lose, I will agree to marry you," Feng Yanran said loudly. Yo, everyone began to jeer, because everyone knew that Jia Yun liked Feng Yanran. "Okay, it's a deal. I bet that Kongyu will win. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me," Jia Yun said excitedly. Although he liked Feng Ming and Piao Shui more, Feng Ming and Piao Shui were the kind of people who could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. He could think about it, but he could not really touch it. Feng Yanran was different. Although she was not as beautiful, her temperament was not inferior to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. The key was that as long as he was willing, he could really get his hands on her. "You don't have to do whatever you want with me. If young Master Jia loses, don't bother me in the future. How about it?" Feng Yanran looked at Jia Yun and said, "Do you hate me that much? Humph, but it's useless. You will lose today." He turned his head and looked above the blue waves. Ling Xiao and Kong Yu had not started yet. Both of them were standing there, as if they were preparing. Kong Yu floated in the air and looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have a small grudge with you. You killed Kalong and Kuyu from my peacock clan, but this is not enough to make me hate you too much. However, you should not have provoked Lady Piao Shui, and you should not have made her angry. She is angry, so I am angry too. Tell me, what should I do with you? You worked so hard. Will she let you touch her? Ling Xiao asked teasingly. Bastard, how dare you blaspheme Lady Piao Shui? Kong Yu was so angry that he was trembling all over. Humph, men don't have to hide such things. So many of you are sucking up to Feng Ming and Piao Shui because you want to sleep with her one day. Why are you so hypocritical? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In the pavilion, Feng Ming Piao Shui was even more furious. Normally, the people around her would flatter her, but this Ling Xiao was different. She really hated him to the bone, and it just so happened that she had some competitive thoughts. She did not want Ling Xiao to die so soon. Ling Xiao, you're done for. Look at how angry you have made Lady Piao Shui. Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death and let you leave this world as soon as possible. Now, it seems like I can't do that. At this point, Kong Yu suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'm going to cripple your cultivation first, and then hand you over to Lady Piao Shui. I believe that the people from Qingshu College will not dare to say a word. Aren't we sparring? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, can you cripple someone's cultivation in a sparring session? He really thought that this was just a sparring session. Although Kong Yu had said a few things that made him unhappy, he would not kill him because of this. However, what he did not expect was that the children of these rich and noble families would not care about the life of a human being. In the Imperial City, a few humans died almost every day. They were either tortured to death by their masters, beaten to death, or exhausted to death. Ling Xiao saw these things. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was because he was not strong enough, and his influence was not enough. He could save one or two people, but he could not save all the humans in the world. Now, Kong Yu wanted to cripple his cultivation just because he said a few disrespectful words to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. He really treated him as a piece of trash that could be trampled on at will. Chapter 10:21. Ha 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 ha. Should I say that you are naive or stupid? A lowly human wants to spar with our noble peacock clan. If you die, then so be it. I just want to cripple your cultivation. That's already too easy for you. Are you still dissatisfied? Kong Yu couldn't help but laugh. In the pavilion, laughter was also intertwined. Only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran looked indifferent. They vaguely remembered that such a scene seemed to have happened before, and those people who kept laughing afterwards were either crippled or dead. Is it funny? Ling Xiao asked faintly. It's more than funny. It's the biggest joke in the world. It seems that you humans are born with a sense of humor. Kong Yu suddenly said coldly, next, you'd better not fight back. I promise to only cripple your cultivation. If you dare to move, I will kill you. After saying that, Kong Yu suddenly slapped the water surface. Then, the surface of the lake trembled, and a behemoth slowly rose from the bottom of the water. Then, 7 or 8 tentacles wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, imprisoning him above the water surface. It was a huge octopus. It felt that its aura was definitely not inferior to a 7-star heavenly peak martial artist. Your Majesty, isn't this against the rules? Feng Yanran was anxious. This is part of the natural conditions. It can't be said to be against the rules. You can only blame Ling Xiao for being unlucky. The Emperor sighed. Haha, it's not against the rules. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Although he was tightly bound by the octopus tentacles, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm smile. He didn't look panicked at all. Boy, you can still smile now? You can't even move. You are just a fish on my chopping board. Kong Yu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He didn't understand. Had Ling Xiao lost his mind? How could he still smile in such a situation? To deal with you, do I need to use my hands and feet? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent erupted from his body. The sword intent was the fusion of slaughter and destruction. It seemed to condense into a physical entity. Pa 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 pa. The tentacles of the octopus were broken one by one. Even though Ling Xiao did not use any weapons, the octopus was bleeding profusely. The octopus roared in horror and dived into the water. This scene stunned everyone who saw it. Although that octopus was not as strong as Kongyu, he was still at the peak of 7 stars heaven. How could he be so easily defeated by Ling Xiao? Scared? Ling Xiao slowly approached Kongyu. He stepped on the water as if he was stepping on the ground. There was no discomfort at all. The lake water behind him was like an enraged monster, setting off waves that were several meters high. Within the waves, a terrifying power was condensing. What? Kongyu was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He then condensed a sword move and pierced through the air. A streak of sword chi enveloped the lake water and actually condensed into an aqua-blue phoenix, which pounced towards Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Xiao still walked forward. Reaching out his right hand, golden light flickered in his hand, and he actually crushed that aqua-blue phoenix forcefully. People looked at this scene in shock. They were all alarmed by Ling Xiao's strength. How could he be so strong? How could a mere martial artist at the early stage of the 6 arts heaven realm cause such terrifying destructive power? Furthermore, what was the deal with that terrifying sword intent? To actually be able to trigger the lake water to participate in the attack, this was simply unheard of. Although the current Ling Xiao still looked so ordinary on the surface, plain and unadorned. But those who could feel his terrifying aura could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. Could this guy be a deity descending to the mortal world? How could he be powerful to such a realm? Jia Yun's expression changed. Phoenix Cry, Fluttering Snow's expression was gloomy, and Kongyu, who bore the brunt of it, was practically completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao would actually be so strong. If he had known this earlier, he would not have stepped forward even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to win Phoenix Cry, Fluttering Snow's favor. If he lost his life because of this, it was really not worth it. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped about 5 meters away from Kongyu and said, "Kongyu of the Peacock clan, do you know why I was unwilling to accept your challenge just now? Because I felt that it was very boring, and you were really not worthy of my challenge. But since you want to cripple me, then in accordance with my usual style, naturally, I will cripple you too. I hope you won't regret it because of this." Shadow Step. The first step of the Shadow Profound Meaning's extinction was the Shadow Step. Ling Xiao had only used it when he was seriously injured by Phoenix Cry, Fluttering Snow. This time, he planned to broaden Kongyu's horizons. Shadow Step was different from Divine Light Travel. Its speed might not be as fast as Divine Light Travel, but the most terrifying thing was that once it was used, the person would disappear. If it was used with Shadow Armor, the effect would be even better. Shadow Cone. Shadow Step naturally needed to be used with Shadow Cone. It was without a trace and without a trace. With Kongyu's level, it was impossible for him to detect where he was and when he attacked. Even if his cultivation did not break through, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by many times after comprehending Shadow Step. From beginning to end, there was no aura at all. Kongyu could not sense it, so he could only run. He spread his peacock feather and desperately fled to the pavilion. He believed that in front of the emperor, Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to easily hurt him. Unfortunately, he did not have that chance. Shadow Step was faster. Shadow Cone was even faster. If Kongyu defended with all his might, he might be able to resist for a while. However, he chose to run, and the result was that the Shadow Cone directly pierced through his heavenly meridian. The terrifying shadow force began to wreak havoc on Kongyu's body, knocking him down from the air and onto the water. Gulp. On the pavilion, everyone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in surprise. Only now did they understand that Ling Xiao was not afraid of Kongyu. It was just that he disdained to fight with Kongyu. In order to show off in front of Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow, Kongyu wanted to use Ling Xiao as a gift. Hence, he actually threatened to cripple Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this sentence of his, this thought of his, that completely pushed him into the bottomless abyss. If one did not seek death, one would not die. Why did he not understand? Ling Xiao only used one shadow cone to deal with Kong Yu. If one had to count the movement technique, then it could barely be considered 2 moves. It was so clean and neat, so effortless, so domineering and insufferably arrogant. What terrifying strength. Is this really just a martial artist with 6 arts heaven early stage cultivation? I don't understand either. On the pavilion, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with endless fear in their hearts. Including the emperor, his brows were also tightly knitted together. It was impossible for him to win over Ling Xiao. This time, he let Ling Xiao come over as a Hongmin banquet. At the same time, he also wanted to test Ling Xiao's aptitude and see if he should be eliminated at all costs. Now he was certain. This person could not be left alive. Chapter 1022. Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great help to Feng Yinshan and also a great enemy to his successor, Feng Mingqishan. Jia Yun, you've lost. Feng Yinran's voice made Jia Yun, who was already gloomy, even angrier. I know, I won't pester you anymore in the future, Jia Yun said coldly. He did not hate Feng Yinran, but he blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had taken away his woman and his happiness. He wanted revenge. On the surface of the lake, Kong Yu's body floated there. Ling Xiao did not let him sink. He said that he would cripple Kong Yu's cultivation, so he would not let him die. At this moment, Kong Yu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was looking at an invincible demon god. Ling Xiao actually crippled him? Crippled his cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated to the 8 desolate heaven? It couldn't be true, right? Kong Yu could not believe this fact. He tried his best not to think about it, but one terrifying thought after another kept attacking him. In the big clans, there was endless fighting. Once one lost their cultivation, it meant that they would be completely banished to the cold palace and become a piece of trash that could be bullied by anyone. Just now, you said that you would cripple me, right? You said that you would be merciful to me if you didn't kill me, right? Now, I'll return those words back to you. As he spoke, Ling Xiao casually picked up the crippled Kong Yu and threw him to the shore. He would give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Kong Yu wanted to cripple him, then he would cripple him first. Bang! Kong Yu accurately landed in the middle of the pavilion and unexpectedly did not hit anyone. Just this move alone was enough to make everyone present extremely shocked. Then, Ling Xiao soared into the air, jumped, and landed in the pavilion in an instant. Looking at Kong Yu, who was twitching on the ground, he sneered disdainfully. This person was so arrogant and cruel in front of him just now, but now he was like a dying dog, only left with the ability to tremble. This Ling Xiao is really as ruthless and merciless as the rumors say. I don't want to provoke him. He's simply a madman. Looking at the unlucky Kong Yu, many young dancers in the pavilion felt fear in their hearts. A person like Ling Xiao was the one they could not afford to provoke, because once he went crazy, he would kill anyone. No matter what kind of aristocratic family you are from, no matter how deep your background is, it doesn't matter. Your Majesty, look, Ling Xiao actually crippled Kong Yu in front of you. He is so cruel and ruthless. Not only did he provoke the peacock race, but he also challenged your dignity. If you don't punish this kind of person, I'm afraid that in the future, no matter who it is, they will dare to stand on your head and defecate. Yin Peng suddenly knelt in front of the emperor and cried loudly. This guy's acting skills were not bad. He showed his anger and sadness. Of course, there was also some fear mixed in. Since Kong Yu was crippled, he would be next. He had to find a way to protect himself. Looking at the pathetic Yin Peng, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Your Majesty is perceptive. You must have heard Kong Yu's words very clearly. He was the one who first turned the competition into a duel. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. In this place, I'm afraid only you, Yin Peng, would be so shameless. You're lying through your teeth like a fart. Kong Yu was just joking. How could he do that in front of the emperor? You, on the other hand, are ruthless and ruthless. Everyone saw it. Yin Peng roared. There's really no reason to talk to a shameless person like you. If the one lying here was me, I'm afraid you would be very happy and even step on me. Ling Xiao said coldly, I almost forgot one thing. You seem to have promised that you would fight me after I defeated Kong Yu. This is a promise to the Emperor. Are you trying to deceive the Emperor? Your Majesty, I only said that I would have a duel with him, but I didn't say it would be a duel like this. If it's just a duel, I can agree. Yin Peng hurriedly said. The crime of deceiving the Emperor was a capital crime. He didn't dare to commit it no matter what. Ling Xiao, Kong Yu's matter is because of him. I won't pursue it. The duel between you and Yin Peng is just an ordinary duel. Don't go too far, okay? The Emperor thought for a moment and said, I'll listen to your Majesty's orders. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Since you said to go too far, I'll go too far. Let's do it here. Yin Peng was afraid that if he went too far, even the Emperor couldn't help him, so he hoped to have the duel in the pavilion. That way, he wouldn't have to worry too much. I'll listen to you. Let's do it here. Ling Xiao smiled and kicked Kong Yu to the side. Then, he stood in the middle of the field and waved at Yin Peng. Yin Peng walked to the edge of the field trembling with fear, but he hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to step in. He knew very well that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. After all, even Kong Yu was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He was still far from Kong Yu. Hurry up and come up. Don't lose face for your peacock clan. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. Yin Peng, you trash. With this young master here, he can't hurt you. Jia Yun suddenly shouted. Young Master Jia, you must not let this kid cripple my cultivation. Yin Peng said pitifully to Jia Yun, Don't worry, he won't dare. Jia Yun didn't know where his confidence came from, but he boldly said, If he cripples you here today, he can forget about leaving Lingyu courtyard. Ling Xiao had originally planned to stop here and let Yin Peng lie in bed for a month or two, but now that Jia Yun said this, he had to cripple Yin Peng. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that he, Ling Xiao, was afraid of that idiot Jia Yun? With Jia Yun's guarantee, Yin Peng finally mustered up his courage and walked into the field. In his view, no matter how daring Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't dare to behave so atrociously in the territory of the Righteous Alliance, right? He might as well take the risk of getting injured and have a spar. It was better than having his cultivation crippled or killed. So, the moment Yin Peng stepped into the field, Ling Xiao moved. It was indeed stopping here. The finger of his right hand pointed at Yin Peng's body. This didn't violate the decree of the Emperor Lord. Everything happened so quickly. After Ling Xiao pointed at Yin Peng, he retreated back to his seat. His speed was so fast that it left one flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You have some self-awareness. Come, come, come. This young master will reward you with a cup of wine. Seeing that Yin Peng was standing there unscathed, Jia Yun laughed heartily. He even raised a cup of wine and condescendingly handed it to Yin Peng, as if he was rewarding his servant. Yeah, but before he could finish laughing, Yin Peng suddenly screamed, his body fiercely trembling as he vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. Chapter 10:23. You actually crippled me. Only Yin Peng knew what had happened. Although on the surface, Ling Xiao had only poked him a little, in reality, the pocket-sized shadow all had already pierced his body and begun to wreak havoc in his heaven meridians. Seeing this scene, everyone in the crowd felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was truly arrogant and unscrupulous. Whether it was the Emperor Lord or Jia Yun, or even the Righteous Alliance, it was as if they didn't exist before him. He was a complete madman. No one was willing to provoke such a person. This was especially true for the members of the imperial household and the great clans. The people they liked to bully were those who meekly submitted to adversity. As the saying went, a kind horse would be ridden and a kind man would be bullied. The more one tolerated, the more excessive these people would be. Thus, Ling Xiao would never tolerate such things. If it was just cursing or slandering, he wouldn't care. But if someone wanted to cripple him or kill him, what was there to tolerate? Kill without mercy. Only bloody revenge could make these arrogant members of the imperial household understand who they could not afford to provoke. Kneeling on the ground, Yin Peng glared venomously at Ling Xiao. He had finally tasted the retribution of evil. I presume that you have never heard of the phrase a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye before. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The moment you urged Kong Yu to cripple me, you were destined for tragedy. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at Yin Peng and said, You hate me very much right now, don't you? But I seem to recall that at the Divine Phoenix auction house, you seemed very happy when you killed those human slaves. Have you never thought that one day, such an ending would also befall you? He did not kill Yin Peng, because Yin Peng's life belonged to Qin Hua. In the Divine Phoenix auction house, Yin Peng had killed Qin Hua's little brother in front of him. This grudge was as deep as the ocean. After saying this, he drank a cup of wine and then looked around. Now, is there anyone else willing to help Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui teach me a lesson? It just so happens that I'm short of money right now, so I can earn some pocket money. Other than the monarch, any one of you can come and fight with me, including you, Phoenix Cry Wushan. And you, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. You two aren't good people either. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? A domineering and provocative voice resounded in the pavilion. Everyone present furrowed their brows as their pupils contracted. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Did he not even put Phoenix Cry Piao Shui and Phoenix Cry Wushan in his eyes? Ling Xiao was still drinking and eating. He didn't put these people in his eyes. Of course, Phoenix Cry Wushan and Phoenix Cry Piao Shui were both part of the 10 Great Phoenix Suns and were more powerful than Peacock Phoenix Sun and Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. Even if he wasn't a match for Zhang Xian, it would still be a good opportunity for him to temper his battle techniques. As for the remaining people, Feng Yanran and Feng Qingyan could not possibly be his enemy. He had already eliminated the possibility of an imperial emperor. As for the rest of the trash, he really didn't care about any of them. If the other party wanted to die, he did not mind sending the other party off. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with dread, their eyes flickering, because they were afraid of Ling Xiao, especially Ling Xiao's decisive character. Fighting with him was not a joke. He might be the next Kong Yu or the next Yin Peng. Don't lower yourself to the lunatic's level. Very soon, these people found a way out for themselves. However, in the field, there were still 3 fighting intents that suddenly rose up and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao put down his wine cup and looked up. He could not help smiling as he said, It's indeed the 3 of you. Who's first? These 3 people, one was Jia Yun, one was Phoenix Cry Wushan, and one was Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. The 3 people did not reply. They seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. They were unable to determine Ling Xiao's true cultivation. However, just now, Ling Xiao only used 6 Arts Heaven Early Stage Cultivation and crippled Kong Yu, who was at 8 Desolate Heaven Early Stage Cultivation. This kind of strength that surpassed cultivation realms to challenge was truly frightening. Phoenix Cry Wushan was a cautious person. Although he was much stronger than Kong Yu, he did not want to make a move. The reason why he released the fighting intent was just that he did not want to show weakness. If he really lost, that would be embarrassing. And even if he won, he, one of the dignified 10 Great Phoenix Suns, defeating Ling Xiao was also not something worth bragging about. Moreover, he still wanted to get some medicinal pills from Ling Xiao. Although their relationship was stiff now, they had not completely fallen out with each other after all. If he wanted to buy, he could still buy, but if they completely fell out, then there would be no chance at all. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head, saying, Ha ha ha, I admire Brother Ling's courage. However, I won't do that kind of thing where the strong bully the weak. After you also enter the ranks of the 10 Great Phoenix Suns, let's have a good fight again. Now that he said this, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui could no longer spar with Ling Xiao. If she went up, wouldn't that be the same as saying that she was not as magnanimous as Phoenix Cry Wushan? In any case, there were plenty of opportunities to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was safer and more convenient to do it secretly than in front of so many people. I also don't like to bully the weak. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui finally gave up. As for Jia Yun, he was somewhat hesitant. His strength was only at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven. Although he was stronger than Kongyu, he had not surpassed 8 Desolation Heaven. Thus, he was now considering whether it was worth it to fight with a madman like Ling Xiao. His chances of winning were perhaps only about 50%. Humph. Wait until I reach the 9th heavenly layer. Then I'll deal with you, brat. He hoped that his chances would be higher. In any case, he was already at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven and was not far from the 9th heavenly layer. Moreover, the Righteous Alliance was currently focusing on nurturing him. With his talent, there was no need for him to take the risk here. If he lost, Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go. If things went wrong, his cultivation might even be crippled. Even if he won, if news of him defeating Ling Xiao on his own territory got out, others would only say that he had used some sort of trick. Moreover, even if he won, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he would have to waste a very long time cultivating. It was simply not worth it. With this thought in mind, he shook his head and said, "This is Ling Yu's villa. I don't bully people." The three of them had the greatest chance of defeating Ling Xiao, but none of them were willing to fight. Thus, the others were even less likely to fight with Ling Xiao. No one wanted to end up like Kongyu and Yin Peng. What a pity. None of them are willing to exchange pointers. I've lost out on several tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Your Majesty, where should I go to collect these 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can collect them from the Bureau of Revenue later. The Emperor Lord was not very happy. He stood up and said, We are not feeling well, so we will return first. You can continue. Farewell, Emperor Lord. Everyone stood up and watched as the Emperor Lord left the pavilion. Only after he left Ling Yu's villa did they sit back down. Chapter 1024. A perfectly good banquet was ruined by some untactful people. Jia Yun said in a bad mood. That's right. If it wasn't for someone who suggested using martial arts to liven things up, today's banquet would have been joyous and harmonious. Young Master Jia, you're right. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Jia Yun was talking about him, but he still brought the fire to Feng Ming Wushan. After saying that, he did not care about what Jia Yun wanted to say. He stood up and said, The Emperor has left. This banquet is meaningless to me. Farewell. After saying that, he went straight down the stairs. Feng Qingyin and Feng Yinran also left with him. When the three of them arrived outside Ling Yu's courtyard, they were surprised to find that Crown Prince Feng Yinshan's palanquin was still there. Your Highness hasn't returned yet? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. You haven't left, so how can this little king leave? Get on the palanquin. I have some intimate words that I want to tell you. Yinran, you and Uncle Qingyin can get on the other palanquin. Feng Yinshan smiled and said. After getting on the palanquin steadily headed in the direction of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao could not help but ask, Your Highness, what is it? You can say it now. Since you treat me with sincerity, I am naturally willing to repay you with sincerity. With your words, this little king is satisfied. Feng Yinshan smiled and said, Since you already know about the border trial, I won't say anything more. I only want to tell you one thing. If you still want to rebuild the sacred dynasty of the human race and destroy the true Devil Empire, then this time, when you go to the border to fight with the Black Crow Empire, it would be best if you can obtain a large amount of military merits. Is there a necessary connection between these two? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course there is a connection. Feng Yinshan replied. Why did the true Devil Empire ally with the Divine Phoenix Empire? Because their strength is still very weak. Once the Divine Phoenix Empire sends troops to attack, they will fall into a dilemma and be attacked from the front and back. Ling Xiao replied, As expected, you're smart. Since you've already seen through the logic within, then you should understand that as long as the Divine Phoenix Empire sends out their troops, even if they can't destroy the true Devil Empire, you can still completely rebuild the human race's sacred dynasty and take the opportunity to expand your influence. Feng Yinshan said with a smile. I understand. Hearing this, Ling Xiao completely understood what Feng Yinshan meant. What your highness means is that as long as I obtain enough military merits, I can become an important figure in the Divine Phoenix Empire. At that time, You will have an extremely high chance of winning the election, and after you win, you will agree to send troops to attack the true Devil Empire, right? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad. It's really easy to talk to smart people. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, there are two things you need to do now. One is to continuously increase your strength. Although I don't deny that you are very strong, it is far from enough. The other point is to obtain a large amount of military merits, so that the emperor has no choice but to reward you. I can also mediate between them. Your Highness is a good schemer. I will naturally go to the northern desert city. I will naturally obtain military merits as well. Ling Xiao didn't completely trust Feng Yinshan. After all, in the history of the profound world, there were many emperors who were very close to their brothers before they ascended the throne. However, after they ascended the throne, they completely changed their faces. It wasn't uncommon for them to kill their close ministers. But he didn't need to completely trust Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan was using him. Wasn't he also using Feng Yinshan? As long as he temporarily became a member of the Crown Prince Feng Yinshan, then at least outside, most people wouldn't dare to easily provoke him. This was a great benefit. In addition, he would gradually know some of the internal secrets of the Divine Phoenix Empire. In the future, he would have absolute confidence in countering Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had his own ideas. He also had his own ideas. First, he would join forces with Feng Yinshan to deal with Feng Mingqishan. After completely destroying him, he would turn around and fight with Feng Yinshan for the ownership of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He wasn't Ji Fuling or Yu Xinyue. He wasn't as noble as those two. Those two could return the imperial throne to the Phoenix clan, but he wouldn't. Only when the imperial power was tightly held in his own hands would he feel most at ease. Therefore, no matter what, he had to obtain as many military merits as possible in this border trial. Moreover, he hadn't seen Jining in a long time. This time, he could go to northern desert city and reminisce about the past. In addition, the large blades in the hands of Qin Hua and the others were already thirsting for battle. After all, they were all soldiers. If they only stayed in one place to cultivate, even if their cultivation increased by a lot, it wouldn't be enough if they didn't have enough actual combat experience. He planned to bring these people along for this border trial. Not only would it be safer, it would also have the effect of strengthening their training. Brother Ling has such lofty aspirations, so this little king is also at ease. If this little king obtains the position of emperor, I will definitely help you lead the army to drive away the true Devil Empire and restore the prosperity of the sacred dynasty. It can be considered as returning home in glory. Feng Yinshan smiled. Ling Xiao also smiled. This promise was really very attractive. Think about it, Ling Xiao, the chosen one who wasn't favored by many in the past, and Ling Xiao, who was even hated by many direct descendants of the sacred dynasty, if he returned to the heavenly dragon continent, defeated the insufferably arrogant true Devil Empire, and rebuilt the human race's sacred dynasty. These people's faces would probably be even redder than soldering iron. Now, Ling Xiao felt that coming to the Divine Phoenix continent was the right choice. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in staying on the Heavenly Dragon continent. According to those who came from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Northern Han was content to stay in a corner of the Heavenly Dragon continent and didn't have any lofty aspirations. Northern Han's imperial family and the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family were still arguing over who would lead the army against the demon-suppressing empire. On the contrary, the Heavenly Logic League developed rapidly under the tacit approval of the true Devil Empire. The Heavenly Logic Academy had now become the #1 academy on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Almost all humans were willing to cultivate at the Heavenly Logic Academy. On the other hand, the Heaven's Choice Academy, due to lack of funds and internal and external troubles, had not improved. Wu Xiang worked very hard, but in the end, he wasn't the ruler of a country. There were many things that he couldn't change. Although there weren't many old and young remnants of the Sacred Dynasty, there were many experts among them. Not only did they compete for power with Northern Han, they even wanted to control the Heaven's Choice Academy. The Moon Maiden was in secluded cultivation and didn't pay attention to outside matters. The highest holy emperor was in secluded cultivation to recuperate and might only come out after several decades. Unless the true Devil Empire invaded, These two yin-yang realm experts wouldn't interfere with outside matters. Ling Xiao felt that the sacred dynasty was rotten to the core. Therefore, it had to be completely uprooted and rebuilt. The current chaos in northern Han wasn't necessarily a bad thing. When he returned to the heavenly dragon continent, it would be time for the sacred dynasty to be reborn from the ashes. Just thinking about it made him excited. Many thanks, Your Highness. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan. Between the two youths, they had already begun to work together to stir up chaos in the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent. Although they had only taken the first step, if they didn't accumulate steps, they wouldn't be able to cover 1,000 li. Soon, everything would change. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.